Okay, so yeah, so now we live right now, it would appear. So I think it's only fit that the brother Barazal introduces his topic.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom Alaikum.
Shalom.
Well, and I was in another group chat earlier, and the topic of Isaiah 28 and 11 arose, and people was just trying to get the right breakdown, and I was like, that's a good question. So, so that sparked my interest. I did a little reading on it, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what exactly is going on here in Isaiah 28.
Right.
The time frame of what Isaiah was speaking on, and exactly who he was speaking about when all this was given. And like I said, in particular, verses 10 and 11, people have gotten to throw around verse 10 as a cliche. All the time you hear it, precept upon precept, and I don't think most people even know what that means. So, they have a limited understanding of what that's talking about.
Right.
In particular, as far as what is really actually there in the Hebrew text and what a precept actually is. We're not talking about because it says the same words in 5 different verses that all these 5 verses have the same, they're all dealing with the same thing. So
right,
we can just get into that. So myself, for one, and anybody else that comes across this later on, can actually have an understanding of what a precept is and exactly what these 2 verses in particular, 10 and 11, we're talking about. Precept must be upon precept, line must be upon line. And with the stammering tongue or lip that the Most High will actually speak to us. What exactly does that mean? Was it the Most High actually speaking to us, or was this, something else that was just going on that Isaiah was dealing with or seeing in the future for the nation of Israel?
Absolutely. I think the first thing that we got to kind of just state for well, first and foremost, let us give praise, thanks, and glory to the Most High power for us being able to get together and build tonight on the Shabbat. So that's first and foremost. So I think just to start off, I think we got to kind of qualify what you just said. We got to be very clear about something that, again, and we've dealt with this on many occasions, and that is that, unfortunately, the way that many Israelites have been taught to read the scriptures, it never crosses their mind to ever go outside of the key verses they're given.
Mm-hmm.
So if the on the fly it'll say okay, why am I getting that? I don't know why I'm getting that.
I don't know. I'll mute myself.
Want to try on mute?
Shalom. Okay, I don't know why. Well, in any event, most brothers and sisters who have been taught the scriptures via the YHWH tradition, all due respect to the original YHWH. A lot of people have been taught to go into the scriptures based on what they're seeing on a flyer. So if the flyer says go to Isaiah 28 verse 10, that's all they're focused on. So they're not even considering what's going on in verse 6. They're not considering what's going on in verse 20. It's only verse 10. And they begin to build doctrines off of it much to their own, obviously much to their own destruction.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Hey, brother Tyrus, I think the feedback's coming from you. I don't know if you're on speakerphone or you hooked up to your Bluetooth in the car or something like that. But if you can mute your mic,
I apologize. I thought I had to mute it. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. All right, let's see.
Shalom.
Yes, we're all good.
Shalom.
Shalom, Mark.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're clear.
Yes.
So we got to understand that a lot of the a lot of the doctrines that we as Israelites have received, we've received them via the understanding of cherry picking, where we only go to the verse that's in question and we never read the chapter. I mean, and again, I always give the example of, Deuteronomy 28, but how many of us has actually read Deuteronomy 27? I mean, when was the last time you've actually been in Deuteronomy 27? Or 29 for that matter? Or anywhere else in Deuteronomy. When you think of Deuteronomy, you only think of Deuteronomy 28, and that's, and this is not just, speaking of any particular camp, this is just Israelites in general. When you have that mentality, when you think of Deuteronomy, the only thing you can think of is 28. That starts to borderline on kind of a cultic kind of approach to scriptures, because there's nothing else in Deuteronomy that you can think of. And it's the same thing with Isaiah 28. So I think the first thing that we got to do is get context of precept upon precept, because of course we can go to the Hebrew and we can look at the word precept, and it does say what it says. But the problem is, it's not whether and of course we can kind of go back and forth on the issue of the precept, but there's a much larger looming problem, and that is who is being addressed in Isaiah 28:10. Who is being addressed is going to really help us understand what verse 10 and what verse 10 is actually referencing to. So I would like to start at, dare I say, Isaiah 28 verse 1. And if I can get a reader, okay. Because it's very important that we understand who this scripture is talking to. Because when we go to verse 10, we automatically assume it's talking about, the stammering lips and precept upon precept and all this stuff. We start manufacturing these concepts in our head of what it could possibly mean, and we never read the rest of the text to determine what the Most High wants us to understand as far as what it means. So let's get verse 1. So we're in Isaiah 28, verse 1.
Isaiah chapter 28, verse 1. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower, which are on the head of the fat valleys, of them that are overcome with wine.
So we have to identify what's happening here. This script is, because remember, Isaiah spends most of the early portion of his book prophesying about the destruction of the northern kingdom. And this goes right back to our former discussions, all the way back to chapter 7 and chapter 8, where Isaiah just keeps going in on, the northern kingdom, don't worry about it, they're going to be destroyed. King Ahaz, don't be a punk. Praise to the Most High, all will be well. Don't worry about it. The northern kingdom will be destroyed. Syria is going to be destroyed. So he spends all of these chapters continuing to prophecy along the lines of the wickedness of the northern kingdom. So he starts off speaking about what? The drunkards of Ephraim. Woe to the crown of pride. So we're talking about the kingdom of Ephraim, but the crown that they have is a prideful one, whose glorious beauty is a fading flower. So yeah, they were great at one point, yeah, but their days are now numbered, which are on the head of the fat valleys of them that are overcome with wine. Now, it's very important that we understand that statement about the drunkards of Ephraim and that they are overcome with wine, because that's going to play a role in all of the subsequent verses that we're going to read. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Behold, the Most High hath a mighty and strong one, which as a tempest of hail and a destroying storm, as a flood of mighty waters overflowing, shall cast down to the earth with the hand.
So this is referring to, and as we've just spoken about in the former chapters of Isaiah, we know that this mighty and strong one is Assyria. Because he's saying, yeah, behold, the Lord hath a mighty and strong one, which is as a tempest of hail and a destroying storm. And when we go back to verse 1, we know that Isaiah is, of course, prophesying of the ending of the kingdom of Ephraim. So we know how Ephraim's kingdom was ended. It was by the Assyrians. So this mighty and strong one that's going to come as a flood of mighty waters overflowing shall cast down to the earth with the hand. Go ahead.
Just a moment. I'm writing my notes.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Verse 3. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim, shall be trodden under feet.
Yeah, so we saw that happen 722 BC. There was no question about it. Ephraim was clearly annihilated by the Assyrians. When the Assyrians came through, it was a wrap for them. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And the glorious beauty which is on the head of the fat valley shall be a fading flower, and as the hasty fruit before the summer, which when which when he that looketh upon it seeth, while it is yet in his hand, he eateth it up.
Right. So he's just basically reiterating the fact that, yes, acknowledging the fact that, yes, Ephraim was great, no question. You know, the Northern Kingdom had its little certain moments here and there, whatever the case. But, but of course, this is all in the pride of Ephraim. Because remember, every single king of the Northern Kingdom was wicked. Every single king. I mean, Judah was jacked up too, but at least Judah had 5 kings that were righteous. You know what I'm saying? Ephraim had none. The Northern Kingdom had not one righteous king. And that's crazy. So, we're talking over 200 years of kings that just refused to keep the laws of the Most High, refused to give direction to the people in righteousness. They just refused. So all of this is in their pride. They think that they are a great nation. But this is the heart of the prideful. They think that they're great, the crown of pride or whatever. But the reason why they believe that they are great, this is the reason why it says the drunkards of Ephraim, because they're out of their minds. They're drunk. They think there's something. It's almost like what's that movie? The 5 Heartbeats. With what's his name? With Eddie Kane. Remember when he came back to sing?
Right.
He still thought he had it, and it's like everybody's looking at him like, yo, you need to fall back, brother. You need some more work.
Right.
But you couldn't tell him that he didn't sing, that he didn't sound good.
Right.
And it's kind of the same situation. They were caught up in their drunkardness, thinking that they were in fact great, when the reality of it was that their destruction was on the way. So let's go to verse 5.
Verse 5. In that day shall the Most High of hosts be for a crown of glory, and for a diadem of beauty unto the residue of his people.
Okay.
And for a spirit of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, and for strength to them that turn the battle to the gate.
Okay.
but they also have erred through wine, and through strong drink are out of the way. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They erred in the vision. They stumbled in judgment.
Right. So this is obviously laying down the platform for us that in the northern kingdom, it says that they also, so even the ones who it would seem like they could have the spirit of judgment, whatever, to sit in judgment, it says no, but they also have erred through wine. So even the ones who are trying to do something halfway decent, they're jacked up. The priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. So that means all of the priests of the northern kingdom, which makes sense because remember, these are the same guys who said, we have nothing to do with David. O Israel, to your tents. They're the ones who rejected Jerusalem. They rejected the house of David, and they went and set up their own site of worship. So right there, you already know the priests that are operating in the northern kingdom, they're out of their minds. And the prophets who are in Ephraim, they're out of their minds. So the Most High is like, yeah, that they have, the priest and the prophet have erred through strong drink. They are swallowed up of wine. They are out of the way through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. That means they were giving insane visions to the people, which makes sense because that would explain why the northern kingdom was so wicked, because there was just a continuous influx of false prophecies, of wicked priests taking bribes and all types of stuff. I mean, they already had, they were already setting up their own method of worship to go contrary to the worship of Jerusalem. So, they were just all over the place. So it's very important, again, that we remember who is being spoken of. We know it's being spoken of the kingdom, the kingdom of Israel, the northern kingdom is being spoken of, but specifically, we're talking about the priests and the prophets who have caused the people to err because of their strong drink and wine. Go ahead, so now we're on verse 8.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I talk all day for a living on the phone, so I'll be needing to give me some water.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, verse 8. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place clean.
Right. So, I mean, obviously, if your priests are corrupted and your prophets are corrupted and the kings are corrupted, how can there ever be a clean place in the land of it, in the nation of Israel or the kingdom of Israel?
Right.
So all the tables are full of vomit and filthiness. Why vomit and filthiness? Because what happens when you're just full of strong drink?
You drink, right? You gonna vomit and you gonna do some filthiness.
Right. So and this is literal and figuratively. You know what I'm saying? Just everything that they're dealing with is not. There's nothing pure going on in the northern kingdom. This is the reason why if you recall, their destruction was so swift. I mean, look how long it took Judah to go into captivity, and their captivity was only 70 years. It was like, okay, y'all are twisted, but not like your sister tribes up there. They're jacked up. We'll give you 70 years to get your head together. And Israel got their head together. They came up out of there with Ezra and Nehemiah, and they were very clear on what they needed to do. So it shows you that Judah was at least on some level trying to get it together. The northern kingdom just said, no, we don't care. We're doing us and whatever. And they had gotten so ridiculous in their wickedness that this is the reason why the Assyrians were sent against them. Because the Most High could have easily sent, the first wave of the Babylonians, but it was like, no. You guys had to be destroyed quickly. That was the reason why Isaiah's third son was named Maher-shalal Hashbaz. Quickly spoiled. Like no, we cannot wait on the northern kingdom anymore. They have to go. And they went into a captivity that they never came back from.
Yeah, the son, the Isaiah 7 and 7:14?
Yeah.
The son that is supposed to be the I'm sorry, what is it? Not wonderful counselor, but that's supposed to be the supposed scripture. Yeah, the supposed scripture that says that this is supposed to be Christ. And like I said, I'm not saying that there isn't any prophecies per se, but that right there, if read properly and understood, we'll come to find out that that's not the case there.
Oh, absolutely.
So I can understand where you're going. So that made me think about that just now. I was like, okay, yeah, now that makes sense why it was speaking of the northern kingdom. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and so when you look at the sons that, of course, Isaiah was given, because it says that him and his wife, the prophetess, that they were given children that would be signs and wonders to Israel. Like, yeah, I mean, why would you name your son Mahashalal Hashbaz? To tell Israel, yeah, the northern kingdom, yeah, my son, his name represents the fact that, yeah, you're going to be destroyed quickly. Quickly. No hesitation. But what does he say? But when he gives a sign to King Ahaz about Emmanuel, to say, hey, listen, here's a sign for you in the kingdom of Judah. Emmanuel. El is with us. Because he's not with the northern kingdom. But he's with us. So the names are incredible that the Most High would give Isaiah and his wife these children, and these children's names were going to represent the coming destruction.
Interesting.
So now when we come back, say that again?
I said that's for another time, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, everything is always for another time.
Yeah, we'll try to stay on Isaiah 20.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, so Isaiah is very clear at this point that, listen, there's no redeeming qualities of the northern kingdom at this point. I mean, think about it. The northern kingdom is really no different than Sodom and Gomorrah when our father Abraham when the Most High was speaking to him, and Abraham was like, listen, peradventure there be 20 people there that are righteous. And the Most High was like, well, if you find 20 people, I won't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah and the other two cities of the plains. Then, of course, Abraham in his wisdom had to think about it for a second, said, well, peradventure the 10. He's like, no, 20 is just ridiculous. No, that's not even possible. Maybe 10. So he talked them down from, I think, 40 to 30 to 20 to 10 and still couldn't find 10. So it shows you that, of course, Sodom and Gomorrah, that there was no redeeming qualities of those cities. Nothing that was redeemable. So they met a very swift destruction. The northern kingdom is kind of in that same vein. Maybe not necessarily the same type of sin, but hey, just like homosexuality, idolatry is a death penalty. You know what I'm saying? So, and they was rampant with their Baal worship. I mean, they were like rampant. They were setting up the idols. Like, we're not even gonna try to take the name Baal and attribute it to the Most High. No, we're just gonna put the Most High to the side altogether and just set up a house of Baal. So they were just gonna go all the way. At least Judah was trying to be slick about their idolatry. Like, well, you know what? Well, yeah, we worship the Most High, but what we'll do is we'll infuse this name and try to slide the worship in. Israel wasn't having any of that. They were like, no, we're coming out the closet with our idolatry. Straight like that. We're not even going to go to Jerusalem. No, Jerusalem is old news. That's for David and his people. We're Israel. We're going to Bethel. So yeah, so they were, hence why their destruction came so swiftly. So there was no redeeming qualities at this point, as far as Isaiah was concerned. And verse 8 lets us know that. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness. So there is no place clean. There's just nothing there. Let's go.
Verse 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk, and drawn from the breast.
Right. So now when we get to verse 9, the question is, whom shall he teach knowledge? Who is he?
Right. Who is he and who is whom?
Yeah.
Who is the whom and who is the he?
Yeah.
Right. The question is, who, meaning of these individuals that we're just reading about,
Right. Right.
who are they going to teach knowledge? You know, who among them are going to teach knowledge? Because we just understood that everything that comes out of their mouth is insanity.
Mm.
They're drunk. They're twisted. Their visions are jacked up. The tables are full of vomit. There's nothing there clean. So the question is, whom shall he teach knowledge? Who are these prophets and priests going to teach? The better question is, how are they going to teach?
They can't. They messed up.
Right. They jacked up too. So how they gonna teach?
Right. Now, this is where the precept comes in at. Because when you do the research to these the precept or whatever in this term, it's it's a term that's been used to suggest that these were very simple. Well, we'll get to it. We'll read it and then we'll go actually into it. So whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and are drawn from the breasts. That means that they are not in a position to teach any adult. They're not able to teach men, women. So they have to teach them that are weaned from the milk, because their doctrine is like babble. You ever try listening to a drunk man?
That's really drunk and he really trying to explain something to you. Like he know what he's talking about in his mind.
Right.
But they're trying to get his point across. Is like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right? Like, yeah, see, it'd be like, oh my God, like, but that's the question. Whom shall he teach knowledge? So we're talking about the prophets and the priests. These are the ones who the whole scripture is talking about. So whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast, babies. Because what you're saying is no different than what a baby can understand. They don't understand much because you're not saying much. But now it's going to get clearer. And this is actually without even going into the Hebrew. We're just talking about strictly context at this point. Strictly context, not even language, just context. Verse 10.
Verse 10. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little.
Mm-hmm.
For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people.
So we're still talking about, who is the he? We're still talking about the subject of, and this is again, going into grammar here. The subject of these verses are the priests and the prophets who are drunks, who are drunkards. That is the subject here. So verse 9 and 10 is picking up on what we just finished reading in the 8 previous verses. So the question is whom shall he teach knowledge? Them who are weaned from the milk. But he goes on to say, for with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. We know why he has stammering lips. He's drunk. These priests and prophets, they're drunk. So we know why the lips are stammering, and we know why he's speaking in another tongue, because basically you can't understand what drunkards are talking about. And I have quite a few alcoholics in my family, and on my mother's side of the family. So it makes no sense even trying to hear anything that they're saying, because they're never going to make any sense. The only time they make sense is when they're cursing you out. So with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. Now the problem with that verse is that people assume, because they don't read any of the other verses, they assume that when it says he will speak to this people, who do they think? They're like, oh, the he must be the Most High. The Most High is going to use a different language to speak to us, so that must be English. But no, that's not what the rest of that text is saying. Because look at what the verses after 11 go into. This is going to give us, the second half of context. Verse 12.
Just a moment.
Okay, no problem. Because the next few verses is actually going to destroy what we've been taught about verse 10 and 11. The next two verses completely clarifies all of it. And that's just in the English.
Okay. That's enough notes for right now. Let's see here. Verse 12.
Yeah. So now let's read. So let's go back to 11, just so that we can kind of connect it back up again.
Okay. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people, to whom he said, "This is the rest wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing." Yet they would not hear.
Right. So they're saying that this scripture is saying that these prophets and priests is going to speak with stammering lips and another tongue. And it says, to whom he said, so we're still talking about them, this is the rest, wherewith ye may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing. Yet they would not hear. Now, you're probably thinking like, well, okay, well, what does that actually mean? We're going to find out in now verse 13.
Verse 13. But the word of the Most High was upon them, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken.
So wait a minute. So now, now these precepts, all of this is going to cause what? It's going to cause them to go, fall backward, the same drunkards, to go, fall backward, be broken, snared, and taken. Now, if this was talking about the Most High giving us precept upon precept in order to get the truth, we now have to explain why 13 is saying what it's saying. Because according to this, those very same precepts is going to cause you to go, fall backward, be broken, snared, and taken. How do we reconcile that? Say that again?
Nobody goes to 13.
No, they don't go anywhere other than 9 and 10. But let's continue. Let's not be like those individuals. Let's get more information on this.
Verse 14. Wherefore hear the word of the Most High, ye scornful men, that rule this people which is in Jerusalem.
Boom. Think about what was just said. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men. Because that means that whatever the word that those individuals were teaching in those precepts was not the word of the Most High.
Could not have been.
That's the reason why it says that who are they going to teach? They're going to teach those who are weaned from the milk, babies, because grown men and grown women are going to hear them and say, these dudes don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Right.
They're drunk. Like Martin says, lady, you're drunk. You know what I'm saying? You're twisted. So that's why it says now, wherefore hear the word of the Lord, you scornful men that rule this people which is in Jerusalem. So now, what is happening? Whatever word that they were dealing with, this is the reason why verse 13 says, but the word of the Lord was unto them precept upon precept. So now the question, of course, is, what does that even mean to say precept? Let me just let me expand this real quick. Y'all can't see this screen anyway. Let me just go up in here real quick and get this text. What verse was that? Okay. So, what I'm gonna do? Let me just get back on the screen, wherever my screen is. Okay. So now I'm gonna attempt to share my screen. Just give me a second here while I get this together. Bear with me here. Okay, I'm trying to. Where did my screen go? Oh, okay, here we go. My apologies for being a novice on this Google Hangout thing. So we click on precept, and we have Sal, the word Sal. I don't know if you can see the screen. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah. Can you try to zoom in a little bit?
Absolutely. Give me a second here.
If you got the little mouse with the roller in it, and I think if you hold down the shift button and roll it, it'll get bigger or smaller.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to. Yeah.
Or you can just hold down Control and the plus button. That'll make it bigger.
Okay.
See?
Well, there you go. A bunch of computer wizards on here.
Yeah, see? Now that right there is precept upon precept. Brother just gave you precept. Oh boy. Okay, wait a minute. What's happening there? What's happening? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. How about now? Is it
Yeah, it's good. I mean,
okay?
Is your mouse there though? I can't see a mouse.
Yeah.
Unless the screen froze.
Yeah, that's what is happening here? Okay, I don't. Give me 1 second here.
Try to cancel the screen share and then try it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I was busy looking for the looking for the actual text. I mean the little icon to do it. So right. Now I gotta. Where is that? How's that?
All right, that's good.
Cool. Okay. Now that we done got that out of the way, so we got the word Saul, obviously from word 6680, but it's very interesting what the word precept, because it's translated as precept 8 times. 1 time is commandment, but what's very interesting is the usage. command, ordinance, oracle. The meaning of it is dubious, but look what it says here. Used in mocking mimicry of Isaiah's words, and thus not a true divine command. Used in a mocking mimicry. Right? Say that again?
It's coming from verse 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
in a nutshell, basically, it's saying that Isaiah was using it in a term of pretty much telling these guys, y'all don't know what you guys are talking about.
Right. Like he's mocking them. Like, oh yeah. That's why he says, who are you going to teach and made to learn and made to understand doctrine? Like, who's going to listen to your doctrine? Babies. Because they don't know any better because you don't know any better.
Because y'all sound just alike. Y'all exactly. Babbling and they babble. Y'all both going Google Gaga right now.
Basically. You know what I'm saying? Those who are weaned from the breast, who are using milk. Now, even if you go into the letter of Hebrews in the New Testament, and remember when it said, what is that? I think that's Hebrews 5. And yes, I will go there. He was like, yo, that brother said, man, you never go in the New Testament. Like, nah, I just, it's just, you gotta get this, gotta get the, where's it at? I think it's chapter 5. Yeah, chapter 5, verse 12 through 14. Let's get that real quick. So just so that we can have a balance and understand why we have that analogy of those who are, who are going to receive this doctrine, who's going to get all of this, those who are weaned from the breast. So we're in Hebrews 5, starting in verse 12.
Hebrews chapter 5, verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
For the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of the Most High, and are become such as have need of milk, and not of strong meat.
Why?
For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
Bingo. So when we read verse 9 again in Isaiah 28, we're getting the same exact point of view here. Because of course Isaiah, this is all mockery on his part, because he's looking at these jacked up drunkard priests and prophets who don't know their elbow from their toes, and he's like, okay, first of all, your tables are full of vomit and filthiness. Nothing in this kingdom is clean. That's number one. So all you guys are twisted. So then he asks rhetorically, whom shall he teach knowledge? Like, who are these guys going to teach? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. Why? Babies. You don't know anything. Babies don't know anything. You don't know anything. So you might as well just be talking to babies that are sitting up on mothers' breasts, because that's how your word sounds. So of course Isaiah, like he does all throughout his book, sometimes he gets a little slick with his mouth. Like he'll let, like you told King Ahaz, like, oh yeah, you're gonna weary me and you're gonna weary my God also. Whatever. So he's letting it be known that you guys are not real prophets. I'm one of the real deals. Me, Jeremiah. The rest of the brothers are from the school of the prophets. Yeah, we're the real deal. You guys should be talking to newborn babies, because that's pretty much what your doctrine is dealing with. So when we shoot back down to verse now we go to verse 15. So this is right after the Most High through Isaiah is saying, wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men. Look at what verse 15 now says. Isaiah 28:15.
Verse 15. Because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves.
So, once again, Isaiah is like saying, yeah, you know, so he's addressing these scornful men, these priests and prophets of Ephraim, saying, wherefore, hear the word of the Most High, you scornful men. So he's addressing them directly, and he's letting them know what? Because you have said, so you same guys with your precept upon precept and, you know, your babble to baby stuff, because you have said, we have made a covenant with death. And with hell are we at agreement. These are the precepts that these prophets are talking about. They're out of their minds. They are doing what all of the other prophets and priests in the northern kingdom has done, and that has led the northern tribe Israelites into death with their doctrine. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us, for we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves. So they're thinking like, yeah, listen, we're not worried about anything, you know, any, you know, peoples or whatever coming at us. Why? Because what is our refuge? Not the Most High, lies. And we've hid ourselves under falsehoods. So this is what Isaiah is telling these prophets and priests of Ephraim. And then, of course, it just goes on, goes into some further issues of kind of in the same vein. I mean, we can, you know, we can actually read a little further or whatever have you. But this is, again, this is what happens when we read verse 9 and 10 without any context of what's going on in the rest of the chapter. Otherwise, if we don't read any of that and we just stick to 9 and 10, we assume that this is talking about, oh, it's talking about the Most High, where he's going to speak to his people, you know, with stammering lips. Like, wait a minute, how is the Most High, why would the Most High use stammering lips?
Right.
But at the same time, talking about how the people have to have a pure language. So he's cursing you for corrupting your language, but he's still going to give you a message in stammering lips.
And what language?
Yeah, I mean, but again, that's what happens when you don't read the rest of the text. And that's just going from verse 1 up to verse 15. We haven't even gotten to the rest of the chapter. Of course, the rest of the chapter goes into some other issues, but that right there, just so that we can understand what's happening in 9 and 10, it's talking something clearly different than what we've been taught. And I'm one of those, I mean, you know, in the 90s, I used to think the same thing. Like, yeah, man, precept upon precept, the Most High is going to speak to us in a stammering lips. See, man, that's talking about the English, you know, the King James Version Bible, you know. And again, we're just talking about English grammar. We're not even going into the Masoretic Text, because of course you know how that goes. That's, you know,
right.
They'll dismiss that. We're sticking with the KJV.
And I think another thing that people wind up missing, you know, is what is a precept, even not in the context of, because we know Isaiah was using it to mock the priest, but
right.
I don't even think they've actually looked at that word in the Hebrew to see that it is a command. You know what I mean? Like, so we're talking about the law of the Most High. You know, if we are to use it in the context that we say to use it, precept upon precept, this is not verse upon verse. That doesn't mean that's because that's what people wind up doing. We're going to get this verse right here, and then let's go to this verse. And then they're going to call them precepts. No, a precept is actually a command. You know what I'm saying? So if we're looking at commands, this must be the commands of the Most High. Those are the only commands we can rely on. You know what I mean? So if we were to actually use, you know, verse 10 in the context that we've been taught, that, you know, a precept, is we've been taught that a precept is where you just get some verses together that pretty much say the same thing and say they precepts.
Yeah.
No, you know what I mean? If you're gonna go precept upon precept, that means you're gonna go law by law. Like, okay, this law and then this law and then this law, and we're gonna look at these different laws and see how we need to apply them for whatever situation that we're looking at. Not,
Right.
I'm gonna grab a couple of verses. I'm gonna grab Revelations 2:9 and Revelations 3:9 and say that these is precepts. You know what I mean? Because they both talking about the synagogue of Satan.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, we ain't gonna go back there. But I'm just saying, for example, example. So, and that was my other thing. I think the big issue was the fact that, nobody even understood who this was talking about, period. But then even looking at it in the context of the way that verse is used today, let's get some precepts together, precept upon precept, like the book say. And, people try to take you through 15 verses to prove a point. And it's like, that's not even what a precept is, though. You know what I mean? You just grabbed a bunch of verses. Those not precepts. So, and then I think that showed in even, when we went into the Hebrew and you read, where it says a command. So what are the commands? What are the commands that we should be following? What are the commands that we should be going line upon line about?
Right. And that's only if we accept that verse from the vantage point of it referring to how we're supposed to read scripture.
Exactly. And we still ain't doing it wrong.
Right. But what's interesting is that when you actually read it in Hebrew, it really shows you that exactly what we read about Isaiah, that's pretty much what he's attempting to do. He's mocking them because the words that are being used, they're actually, like, especially line upon line, is actually not translated correctly.
Okay. See.
And I'm gonna show you why. Let me share the screen here. Okay, it should be screen 2. So now when we read Isaiah 28, can y'all see it clearly? So when we read it in Isaiah 28:10 in the English, it sounds good. It's like, okay, cool. Precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. Mm-hmm. So we're like, yeah, it makes sense. But of course, now in the Hebrew text here, what do we have? We have Kitsau, Latsau, Sao, Latsau, Qual, La Qual, Qual, La Qual, Zair, Sham, Zair, Sham. This is Google Gaga. It's Google. It's. I mean, think about what's reading here, because what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Kitsau, Latsau. For command is upon command upon command, rope upon rope, rope upon rope, little and little. It doesn't say here a little, there a little. Sham does not mean little. Or it's Zair, Sham, Zair, Sham. So how can Zair, Sham mean here a little and also there a little? Here and there are two different words.
Right.
Yet the KJV has translated it as two different words, and it's not two different words. The word qual means rope. So command, you know what I'm saying? Command upon command, rope upon rope. Little, you know what I'm saying? Little and little. What? Now that's Babel.
And so Isaiah was basically saying, this is what you guys be saying to the people up there in the northern kingdom.
Cain, this is what you think your doctrine is. That's why he says, whom shall you teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. And this is what he tells them right after that. Kitsau, Latsau, Sao, Latsau, Qual, La Qual, Qual, La Qual, Zair, Sham, Zair, Sham. It's yeah, commandments and ropes. Yeah, that's what it's about. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely.
And that was the point what Isaiah was saying. Why?
Right.
Because that's what comes out of the mouth of drunkards.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, Isaiah is not prophesying to the northern kingdom on some, hey, you listen, we can all work it out. No, he's like, listen, you guys are finished. The Most High has already made it very clear your destruction is coming swiftly. So I'm not here to make you feel good about anything that you're doing. You guys are twisted. This is your doctrine. This is the knowledge that you're teaching and what you're in your doctrine. Your doctrine is Google Gaga. So that's the reason why right after that, he says, but the word of he's like, wherefore hear the word of the Lord, you scornful men. So he's like, after that nonsense you was just kicking, now let me show you what the word of the Most High actually is. Because this is for big men. This is for big men and big women. You are talking to babies. That's what Isaiah 28, 9, and 10 is dealing with. And again, that's just on the, just dealing with the KJV, straight English, just strictly context. Because most of the individuals who have this particular understanding this is referring to English. These are guys who have a KJV only mentality. So trying to go too deep into the Hebrew is of no consequence to them because, of course,
right.
Well, that's the Masoretic Text.
Matter. Right. It ain't gonna matter to them.
Right. Why should I listen to anything that comes out of the Masoretic Text? You know how the Masoretes do. I mean, they already snatched up a higher out of the scriptures 6,000 times. So.
Right. Why should I listen to anything they got to say?
Exactly. So, okay, that's fine.
Be time traveling and all that.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? All up in their DeLorean. So, so just dealing with the English and just dealing with English context.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious that this is not talking about the Most High is going to reveal his word to us in English.
Right. Yeah, this just goes back to, especially if we're going to be dealing with the English, this just goes back to actual English class. Like, what is the subject? What is the predicate? You know what I'm saying? What is going on in these verses? Who is the he and who is the whom that's being spoken of here? And clearly it's not the Most High being the he, and it's not the whom that he's speaking to. You know what I'm saying? So we have to immediately establish. That's why I said we have to immediately establish from verse 1 that this is talking about the wicked priests and prophets of the northern kingdom, because this is the bulk of Isaiah's ministry was to Judah, was like to let them know, hey, listen, you guys are kind of twisted a little bit, but there's some hope for you. But don't worry about your brethren up in the north. They're finished. Unfortunately, they're done. So he starts off his book dealing with those same issues. That's why immediately from Isaiah chapter 1, what are we talking about? We're talking about those who are physically keeping the law, but their hands are still full of blood. And he goes on a trek all the way up into chapter 7 when he deals with King Ahaz. King Ahaz, a decent king, but he's, he doesn't have full faith in the Most High. That's why when Isaiah asked him, listen, I'm telling you, because me and the Most High, we roll like that. I know what he let me know what's going to go down. Don't worry about your enemies. Ephraim is going to be destroyed. Syria is going to be destroyed. Those kings that are oppressing you and coming at you, you have nothing to worry about with them. Thus saith the Lord. Now, King Ahaz immediately is like, well, and so Isaiah's like, okay, listen, do you want a sign? Ask for a sign of the Most High to prove that this is gonna go down, that you're gonna be okay. And what does King Ahaz say?
I will not ask the Most High for a sign. So you don't trust in the Most High's word, but then you have an opportunity to get proof of his word, and you're not going to ask him for a sign. That's why Isaiah was like, are you going to weary men and also weary my God too? Like, that's why he says, no, the Most High is going to give you a sign. You don't care if you want it or not. You're going to get it. My wife, she's going to have a child, Emmanuel. Why? Because the Most High is with us. He's with you. He's with us. We're going to be okay. Syria and Ephraim, they're finished, but we're okay. So from all of those chapters in the beginning, going all the way up to 28, his whole ministry is for Judah, but he's prophesying against the northern kingdom. So when we open up chapter 28, that's why it opens up talking about Ephraim.
Which I think we completely overlooked that altogether.
Right, but that's the thing. They're not even overlooking it. They're just not looking in there, period. Overlooking means that you were there and you just didn't catch it. They're not even going there. And this is, it's an atrocity. Because what does that say about our view of the words of the Most High? That not all of the Most High's words are relevant. They're not worthy of actually reading it from the beginning. Because I don't care what the Most High has to say. I only care about what I'm looking for. That's basically what we're saying when we cherry pick. I don't care what the Most High has to say. I only care about that which means something to me. And so that's Isaiah 28.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said before, my KJV has chapter headings. They give you a little synopsis on what's going on in the chapter. First thing it says is Ephraim threatened. That's what it says. Ephraim threatened. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah. Right. I mean, you would think that, verse 3, the crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden under feet. So the drunkards of Ephraim might actually be the subject of this chapter here.
Imagine that.
Yeah, they might be the ones with the stammering lips. It's I'm laughing, but it's actually not a laughing matter. It's actually very sad.
Right.
Because there are unsuspecting individuals amongst our people that, as we speak, are being taught this. That are being taught that Isaiah 28, 9, and 10 is talking about the justification of the KJV.
Right, and not having to learn Hebrew. That's what the subject was.
Yeah.
Tyrus, I think Matt part of that group too. Is Brother Ron, his little group that he has.
Right.
Somebody was discussing that in there, and they were just looking for some understanding. They didn't say that was right. It's like they actually think it was wrong. But and I was like, that is a good topic, because I've definitely heard this before. That it made me think about the whole precept upon precept thing and how people use that all out of context. But then the other part about the stammering lips, and that the Most High was going to teach his people through English and everything. So
yeah, and that's the thing. It's obvious that we're getting understanding of the truth of who we are in the English. That's a given. But that's not how the context, because if the Most High says, and this is assuming that their understanding of that verse is even true, but when it says that, he's going to speak to his people with stammering lips and whatever, it's like, okay, but speak to what people? the context is still talking about the people of that time.
Yeah.
Not if you tie it with Zephaniah 3 and 9.
No, right.
Oh, but yo, and that's another one that if they start from the very first verse, they'll find out it's not talking about what you think it's talking about.
But hey, if you tie it in with Zephaniah 3 and 9, brother, you know,
and that's the idea.
Some prophecies are in the time that they were in the present tense, and then also in the future tense. So we've been through a lot of captivities, man. You know, so
right.
The Most High is, you know, give us that new language. You know, He's gonna give us that pure language, man.
And see, what Brother Matt just did. He pulled some precepts together.
There you go. Yeah.
It went from Isaiah 28 and 10 to Zephaniah 3 and 9. That's precepts. You know, he's getting his precepts together. So, I mean, you know, come on, man.
What would have been better? What would have been better for the brother Matthew to do in order to bring forth the true precept according to that scripture is for him to say, "Goo goo gaga." That would have been accurate. That would have been an accurate way of describing the precept upon precept.
Goo goo gaga.
Tao, la tao, qua la qua. Like, yeah, no doubt.
Like your boy Eddie Murphy said, Goonie Goo Goo.
There you go. Goonie Goo Goo.
Your wife's a Bigfoot, Gus.
Wow, you just took me back on that one. Wow.
That was a good stand-up, though.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's excellent.
Oh man.
But that's ultimately what Isaiah is basically saying to these priests and prophets, that your doctrine, this doctrine that you're teaching, and this knowledge that you're giving is pretty much, you know, goonie goo goo. Now, when you want to hear some real teachings, now you come to guys like me. This is what Isaiah is saying. Like, you come to guys like me. You come to my brother Yirmiyahu. Come to Jeremiah. Come to Malachi. We are from the schools of the prophets. We get it in. Those guys that you're learning from, these guys are drunk all the time. How can you listen to anything that comes out of their mouth?
Man.
Because if they were giving you the truth, the Assyrians wouldn't be coming after you. How about that? So.
Excellent.
But
that's done.
Yeah. But mind you, just, you know, and maybe we can probably touch on this another time. But it's the same exact platform with Zephaniah chapter 3. They go right to verse 9, but don't read the verses before it.
Yeah, we might as well go ahead and touch on that too. Why not?
That's good, though.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna force the issue, brother Matthew, then fine.
But that is definitely a scary thing right there, man.
Oh no, I'm patient. I'm patient with my question later. I'm patient.
No. But I mean, if you want to, we can go through it. I'm just saying that it's the same exact process. It's the same thing. It's like all we have to do. I mean, let's remember something. First of all, chapters and verses was brought forth by German Christians. There were no chapters and verses in the Hebrew text. There were no chapters. There were no verses. If you look at any of the ancient scrolls, manuscripts or whatever what you will see, especially if you look, because I think the clearest example of that is the Isaiah scroll, because it's one of the best preserved ones that you're going to see. If you notice, it's a continuous run of sentences, of sentences over and over and over, and then eventually you'll see a break in the text, and then it'll go on another tangent. The Hebrew scriptures, they dealt with subjects. So if the subject is about Babylon and their destruction, the text is going to keep going and talking about that subject until it's been exhausted. And once that subject has been exhausted, then you'll see a parasha in the text, or, a break in the text, and then it'll go on another tangent. Now they'll be talking about Assyria, or they'll be talking about this subject. The Christian scribes, especially when they started introducing the German Bibles or whatever have you, this is when they began to say, okay, listen, this is a lot of text. So what we'll do is we'll start adding chapter partitions and verse partitions. Number one, it helps remember the scripts easier, and that's understandable. But what it did was, when you say that Zephaniah, well, not necessarily Zephaniah, any text for that matter, whatever, you start off at chapter 3, the assumption, without even thinking about it, is that, well, if chapter 3 of Zephaniah, if it's starting at chapter 3, that means verse 1 is the beginning of this prophecy, or the beginning of this thought. And one of the craziest places that they do this whole chapter verse thing is in Genesis chapter 2 and 3. They start chapter 3 making you think that it's a whole new thought, when in fact chapter 3 is nothing but a continuation of chapter 2. And without going too deep into the ramifications of,
we need to get back into that
of Genesis chapter 2 and 3, without really going into that. Yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? But without going too deep into that, if you read the final verse of chapter 2 of Genesis, and you read the first verse of chapter 3, you realize that, especially in the Hebrew, it's not a separate chapter. It's not a separate thought. It's all part of the same thought. And it just gets crazy, especially when you go into the Hebrew text. It just gets insane. But this is one of the dangers of the chapter and verse divisions, because what it does is that it skews a person's understanding of what they're reading. So they start assuming that, well, it says verse 1, so that must be the beginning of this particular situation. And you come to find out that, Isaiah chapter 7 is really a continuation of Isaiah chapter 6 and of chapter 5 and chapter 6. That all of these chapters, so-called chapters, are running together. All of them are just running together because they're dealing with a subject. And the prophets were very clear in how they went about their writing. They're not dropping the pen until that issue is resolved. When that issue or when that subject is dealt with in depth, then they will put the pen down and, okay, now let's work on the next subject. So once again, like I've said many times, Brother Matthew has said many times, we've all said it, this is another example of we need to push away these Christian nuances that are being used in our scriptures, because this whole chapter, this is what's throwing a lot of people off.
Yeah.
Among other things. But, these things are throwing a lot of our people off when they go into the scripture. So, like, for instance, and this is something else I won't go into because this will turn into another 3 hours, but Isaiah 53.
Yeah.
Because they don't read Isaiah 52. It derives from it's all part of the same text. So when you start Isaiah 53 verse 1, Isaiah 53:1 starts off very abruptly. Like, okay, what's happening here? What does it start off with? Who has believed our report? Like, whoa, wait a minute. First of all, who is the who? And who is our? Who are the individuals that are giving a report?
Right.
Who? Like, what's happening here? Like, there's no introduction into the subject. because we've been conditioned that when we see those big numbers sitting on the side of that of a verse, oh, that's where it begins. So let me start there. How many? I mean, without going into the whole thing of whether this is talking about who or whatever the case, but when was the last time you ever, or have you ever seen or heard a Christian who was attempting to show that Isaiah 53 is talking about Jesus? Have you ever seen them say, let's actually start in chapter 52?
Nope.
Ever. Ever. You see what I'm saying? You've never seen it. And so you have to immediately ask yourself, and not just about Isaiah 53, that's with any scripture, why are you not trying to read the verses outside of the main focus verses? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they go into these two verses and it's like, okay, are you purposely trying to avoid reading the first 8 verses? Why are you avoiding those verses? And
I think that got a lot to do with the chapter and verse whole situation. I believe just even if, you know, without going into the Hebrew and everything, if you just took the KJV as it is, as it's been translated,
right,
and just got rid of the chapter and verses and just wrote it as the Hebrew scrolls were written. And,
right,
you know, once just wrote it as, okay, all of this is one subject matter. And then after that subject matter, you know, it's a break in the page, or it just start on a whole nother page. You know what I mean? And then it's another subject matter. I think people will have a way better understanding of what's going on. And you will easily understand what's going on at that time because you will clearly see that all of this stuff goes together. And,
right,
you know, I think most of our brothers and sisters are educated enough to read and understand context when you actually are looking at the whole picture. You know, I know they can go in and figure out stuff like if they start from the beginning and see that, okay, all of this goes together.
right.
I know who the who is now. I know the whens and the wheres and, you know, everything that I need to know now. Instead of saying, go to chapter 3. And like you said, we done skipped over 1 and 2 because we don't think it got nothing to do with chapter 3. We think chapter 3 is a thought of it in itself. You know what I mean? And
Right.
not understanding that it's actually just a continuation of this previous thought. So I don't know. That might be a good project, man. Might just need to redo the King James in that fashion. Just get rid of the chapters and verses and put it as such. And you know, that'd probably be a good starting point for us, you know, as people, you know, especially for us that don't want to learn the Hebrew, you know, for whatever reason. We don't think it's necessary, or, you know, it's difficult, you know, it's just difficult, you know, but I think that will give, you know, our King James only believers even a better place with they'll better understand their King James.
Yeah, I mean, and hold on 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, and you know, it's and like I said, it's a hard thing because again, you know, we got to consider also, and this is another reason why we have to also be patient with our brothers and sisters, because when you've been taught a certain way for so long and it's been drilled, and especially if you're young, you know, if you're young and you came into the truth or came into the knowledge of being Israel, I'll say that when you came into the knowledge of being Israel and you were young, you know, those are the impressionable years.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody can say something to me now and I can listen to that person, and no matter how good it sounds, what he's saying, what's going through my mind is he might be flipping wrong. Let me go do the research on this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we were saying when we were 17 and 16.
Mm-hmm.
When we called the doctrine, we were like, what? Well, yo, you already said, oh, yo, this is hell, yo. Oh, that's off the chain, son. You know, whatever. So, because we were still babies. So anything that you show to young people, it's going to be impressionable. And that's what sticks with them. And it's very difficult to break people out of what they learned in their youth. It can be done, but it's difficult. this is in psychology. In psychology, this is what they actually teach about as core beliefs. What you learn in the first, definitely within the first 10 years of your life, and then of course it kind of tapers off once you get into your mid to late teens. But in your first 10 years of life, anything that you learn in those 10 years, according to psychology, of course, never actually leaves your mind. You might learn other things after that you might build on top, that you might say, okay, I'm just gonna put that on top of whatever the case may be. But what you learned in those first 10 years, you can never actually shake it. Like, for instance, if you just close your eyes and I say word association, and I give you a word, you close your eyes and I say, Jesus Christ, you know very well a white man popped in your head.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Even though your mind knows, no, right, that brother was black as hell.
Right. Right.
You know it. But what did the recesses of your mind tell you?
Man, that's crazy. Yeah.
So your what you learned in the first 10 years of your life is now warring against the truth that you're seeing in the book. You know what the book says about the Israelites. You know they're black. You know it. But let's keep it real. If someone brings up Jesus or someone says Abraham, you start thinking about Abraham Schneerson. Because that's how it's been programmed. Why? Because from when you were 10 years old, when you heard the term Jew, you knew who that was referring to. You knew, yeah, those guys with the black suits and the stink underarms.
Yes, sir. And the curly locks on the side of their head.
Right. And always trying to rip me off on the rent. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what comes to your mind. So now you become well, I was about to sound like my days as a 5%er, when you become a big man, you know what I'm saying? And you began to reject the idea of the Jews being white or whatever the case may be. Even in your subconscious, you still have to deal with what you learned in those years, because what do you say? You say, oh, we're the black Jews. So by saying black Jew, you're saying that, well, Jews are not actually normally black, but this particular sect of Jews are black. But Jews are what? White. Because the minute you put black on Jew, it implies that Jews are actually white, and you are an aberration of that fact. So to hear the term black Hebrew Israelite is one of the worst things we can ever call ourselves. Black? Like if I say, yo, I'm the black Mafia Don, then that makes sense. Just saying that, okay, we know that the Mafia Dons, we know they're Italians, but I'm a black version of it. So to say that you're a black Jew means that you are a black version of Jews, because Jews are naturally white. So even though your intellect tells you otherwise, what you learned in your youth is warring against that, even to this day.
So that's why, like back in the day, with the like before the old YHWH, they were trying to get rid of that.
Yeah. This and with especially with Nasiako, you know what I'm saying, Prince Nasiako, that's why his whole thing was, no, he was like, no, we're eradicating the whole black Jew thing. We're not calling ourselves Jews. You know what I'm saying, they can have their little dirty white strings, whatever the case, and their yarmulkes, whatever the case. No, we are the Hebrew Israelites. We don't wear yarmulkes. We put the turban on our heads. We don't wear those stinking white strings, whatever like that. We get tassels with the blue on it, and we get the fringes on the garments. You know what I'm saying? We put the earrings in it, and men, both earrings, both ears pierced. You know what I'm saying? You got the 10 Commandment tablets in one ear, and you got the menorah in the other ear. So he was like, no, anything that so his thing was, no, don't even call yourself a Jew. because we never called ourselves Jews in the scriptures. It was our oppressors that coined this term in that time.
Yeah, a lady asked me that today. She saw my Goodales, and you know, she was like, "Can I ask you a question?" She's a sister from Brooklyn too. Crazy. I forget. She said she was with oh man, I forgot what school. She said back in the 70s, she was about 12, 13. She started off babysitting, and that's how she learned everything.
Right.
But she definitely, because she was like, "Are you an Israelite?" I was like, "Yes, I am." She was like, "Oh, I was going to see if you was going to say you was a black Jew or Israelite." So you know, that was a good conversation I had with her. But yeah, that was just today. She was like, "Yeah, I was like, I saw your zeet." So I was like, "Okay," you know, and I knew what she meant. I know these ain't zeets, but
Right.
I knew what she meant, you know. So
Yeah.
like, yeah. So you know, man, I'm trying to remember what school she told me, because I know you would know. She from Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying? So, what she say? Oh man, I forget. I can't think of it. And I wanted to remember. I ain't have nothing to write it down. And I asked her for that particular reason, because I was like, I'm gonna ask Ock when I talk to him, because I know he gonna know.
Right.
I think she said shop or something. I don't remember.
Hashaba?
Say it again.
Hashaba?
Yeah, I think so. It was something to that effect.
Well, if she said the 70s, then it was probably Hashaba. Hashaba was like the sister camp of Beni Zakin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an old school. That was it used to be a real big thing back then. You know, which organization was the most militant? Was it Beni Zakin or Hashaba? And it was like neck and neck for a time. Apparently, those were some serious elders. Because like I said, I come out of Beni Zakin tradition, and like the brother Kashub Mori Yeshaya, he comes out of the Hashaba tradition, sort of like Hillel Shammai almost.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You know, only difference is that we're all carrying swords. So, but yeah, so, but yeah, it was something I was what you were saying earlier, concerning the scriptures. Yeah, but with the you know with the fringes, it was something I was going to say about the fringes situation, the fringes and the tassels or whatever have you. But until that comes back to my mind, I just wanted to just say that, you know, going back to this habit that, again, that, you know, of following how we've been taught from our youth. And many of us don't want to break from that tradition, because this is what we learned in our youth. So it's like, if you came into the knowledge of being an Israelite, you know, in your early 20s or whatever the case may be, that was your first taste of the knowledge of the truth. So it's not going to be very easy for someone to come along and say, yeah, brother, yeah, that's all cool what you just learned, but yeah, 90% of it needs to go into the laundry.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to really try to hear that, because I know I wouldn't have tried to hear it if someone tried to tell me that what Chief Prince of Por and Chief of Chiefs Naphtali and Chief Amos Ben Yehuda was teaching wasn't completely correct. I'll be like, oh, no, you're out your mind, brother. The Most High is going to blast you with fire. You know, and that would have been the end of the story. So, you know, but now going back to that issue of, you know, reading scriptures out of context, and that it's it's kind of Israelites have adopted this from Christians. Christians have they've mastered the art of cherry picking. This is where we get it from. And one of my favorite examples of that, and I'm sure you brothers already know this, so I'm sure this is Solomon preaching to Ben Sirach. Romans chapter 3. Romans chapter 3, starting in verse 10.
Romans chapter 3, verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after the Most High. They are all gone out of the way. They are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one.
Now, what is Paul, of course, talking about? He's referencing the fact that, hey, what then? This is verse 9. What then? Are we better than they? No, in no wise. But we have before proven, both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. And so that's his platform. His platform is that we're all under sin. And his proof texts, he says, as it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. So, of course, what is he suggesting? That, listen, there's none that is righteous on the earth. We're all sinners, all born in sin. Get over it. But the question, of course, is twofold. What scripture is he quoting? Because it says, as it was written. What scripture is he quoting? And in what context is he trying to extract it for? Like, for what purpose is he extracting it? What scripture is he quoting here?
Psalms.
There we go.
I don't remember the chapter and verse, but I know it's from Psalms. I want to say, man. 81?
That's a negative.
Yeah, I don't think so.
14.
14. Oh, way off.
14:3. So let's go to Psalms 14:3. This is where he's quoting it from.
All right, the book of Psalms, chapter 14, verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
Says, they are all gone aside. They are all together become filthy. There is none that doeth good. No, not one.
Oh, so that it should be a case closed situation. I mean, that's what Paul did say, and it is there in Psalm 14:3. So it's case closed, isn't it? Pretty much case closed. Mm-hmm. Until you read the first two verses.
Right.
So let's get the first. Obviously for the benefit of those who are listening, we can start at verse 1 and then read into verse 3.
The book of Psalms, 15, verse 1. To the chief musician, a psalm. The fools have said, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good.
So who is this talking about as far as not doing good, that there is none that doeth good? Who is this referencing?
Obviously the fool.
Yeah, the fool that claims that there is no Elohim. That's the subject of the psalm. The fool has said in his heart, there is no Elohim. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. And so now we go to verse 2. It says, the Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand and seek Elohim. They are all gone aside. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. The context is those who do not believe that the Most High exists. These are the individuals that are being addressed by David. Because clearly, David's not going to make that statement that, oh yeah, I'm filthy. I do no good at all. I'm just twisted. Like, nah. I may have done a couple things, but the Most High still has me in favor. So this is what Psalm 14:1 is talking about, is the individuals who reject the existence of the Most High. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. So we see, of course, that when Paul quotes this, he's clearly quoting it out of context. because he's quoting it in a way of making it seem as if all men are sinners. All men are just twisted. They're filthy. They're all going to go to hell, whatever the case may be. Why? Because he's setting up the platform for the redemptive shedding of blood by Christ, to show that, hey, listen, we're all jacked up, but doesn't mean that you can't live forever. This is how you live forever, the blood of Christ. So he's laying out a platform. So he quotes Psalm 14 in such a way as to agree with this platform. But when you go to the first two verses, you see that this is not what it's talking about. That's an example of quoting stuff out of context and making it fit into a doctrine that you already have. Because clearly Psalm 14 is not dealing with that a concept of all men being wicked and there's just none that doeth good. Because then if that's the case, then what do we say about the perfection of Abraham?
Or it's bad you said. I was reading the Apocrypha too. When you go for the prayer of Manasseh.
Yeah.
You go to the prayer of Manasseh makes a proclamation that there are only 3 men that were perfect.
Yeah. Repentance wasn't necessary for the righteous.
No,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he actually says, though. That Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yep. Because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were perfect.
Yeah. And of course,
that's from Manasseh.
Right. So, I mean, and then, of course, if there's none that doeth good, then, of course, that also would include Yeshua as well. Unless you believe he's God. Then that, of course, changes the dynamic of the argument. But if you don't believe he's God, you simply believe that he's the Messiah, whatever the case, well, then apparently he wasn't a perfect Messiah. All doctrine is suggesting that there is none that doeth good. Jew, Gentile, nobody. Interestingly enough, it would also include him. So, it's sort of like a Greek saying, don't believe anything a Greek says. It's like, well, okay, but you're a Greek, so I shouldn't believe what you're saying. And if that's the case, then I should believe what Greeks are saying. So you see what I'm saying? It's kind of, you can't say, the doctrine sets himself up for non-believers. Because they're like, well, if we're all sinners and there's none that doeth good, then why am I listening to you? And of course, that opens up a whole nother door of discussion or whatever the case. But again, this is just an example of, when people are taking scripture, and this is like probably one of the earliest examples of precept upon precept, where they say, you know what, I'm going to ignore the rest of the text. I'm just going to extract these verses right here and fit them into my doctrine. But we only do that when it comes to the Bible. We don't do that with no other form of literature. We don't do that when we go and read a novel.
Well, actually we kind of do.
Who does that? I mean, who picks up a novel and says, you know what, there's 30 chapters in this novel. I'm going to start at chapter 16.
Well, actually, we kind of do. I'll show you what I mean by that.
Uh-oh.
All right. Like, I could take this book, right, for the viewers out there.
Right.
I could take this book and tie it with this book.
Yeah.
And I can presume upon per se from 2 different books.
Right.
Because we have some of the information is exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
All precept in this, right, according to the way that Christians do, and Hebrews do it, is that they take information that sounds the same and that agrees the same,
right,
and make it work.
Right. But But at least, and again, that I guess it kind of depends on who you're talking about, because what scholars do is, yeah, they'll definitely quote something from here and quote something, whatever. But guess what they also do? They've also read the entire book. And so now they go into the book and say, okay, yeah, I'm going to use this right here because this will go good in my presentation or whatever. But they've actually read the book, or at least, at the very least, they've read the chapter. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, they've at least read the chapter. But we don't do that when it comes to the scriptures. And you would think that the scriptures would be different, that this would be the one text that we read everything. Everything? Everything. Read it all. Like, if you don't want to read the whole book of Josephus, no, okay, that's fine. Whatever. You know, I mean, Josephus was a sellout anyway. So, you know, if you didn't want to read them, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But if this is the scriptures, if these are the scriptures that you say this is what you base your life on, then you should not be cherry picking. You should be reading it as if you were reading your life story, because this is the story of your people. So why would you be jumping around, pegging 2-3 verses here, you know, in Romans, and then saying, yeah, now I'm going to link that up with, you know, the book of, you know, Nehemiah. Like, whoa, wait a minute. Can we first get some context here before we start juggling pieces? Let's get some context.
Well, because some prophecies in the Old Testament are being fulfilled in this particular time, you know.
Yeah, well,
now that we're reading it now in our time period, which actually is something I posted on that earlier today. Actually, I shared it from Brother Demaga, who just came back onto the scene. About you know, context and how we take when we read the scriptures and how we try to apply it, right? And the time period, and we completely ignore the social world in which, you know, the Hebrew prophets were writing in, which
absolutely
topic in itself. We'll probably go over because we ignore the social world of the Hebrews. We miss everything.
Right. Yeah. But again, we're the only ones that do that. I mean, and it really, and unfortunately, it really shows. That's why when we present ourselves before our enemies, whether in debates or whatever the case, this is the reason why they laugh at many of us. Scholars laugh because they're like, wait a minute, so you're not going to read the whole chapter. You're just going to read those 3 verses, and that's what you're going to base your argument on? So you're just going to ignore the rest of the chapter. You're going to ignore the fact that this prophet did not prophesy in the time period that you think, like with Malachi. They're like, yeah, see, Malachi, he was prophesying of Christ. Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, Malachi's at the end of the Bible, and yeah, and it goes from Malachi into Matthew, but Malachi was a contemporary of Isaiah. So, you follow? I mean, think about it. Nobody in the scriptures that we have today, the Old Testament canon, none of those books came after the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. Those are the final books of the quote-unquote Hebrew scriptures. Now, of course, the Apocrypha is another issue, and that's whatever. But just in the accepted Old Testament canon, none of those books, none of those prophets that you see in the scriptures came after Ezra and Nehemiah. They were all before them. Because remember, most of the prophets that came, they were prophesying against the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom had already been gone for hundreds of years at the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. Had already been gone for like 200 some odd years.
Yep.
And by the time Ezra and Nehemiah came on the scene, remember, they're coming out of the Babylonian captivity, or they came out of the 70-year captivity, went in under Babylon, came out under the Persians. So now there's technically no kingdom of Judah anymore. I mean, there's no kingdom of Judah, so there's no need for now. The prophecy at that point has ceased to be. That's why you don't see prophetic books after Ezra and Nehemiah. With the slight exception of possibly second Esdras. Other than that, you don't see prophets after that. So Malachi, of course, placed at the end of the Old Testament to give the impression that, oh yeah, he's prophesying of Christ, because he's at the end of the Old Testament, and he's talking about Elijah is going to come and so on and so forth. And then as soon as Matthew starts, what do you see? Christ and Elijah and John the Baptist. But we know that Malachi, that's not possible, because Malachi prophesied hundreds of years before they're suggesting that he prophesied. He's prophesying when the kingdoms of Israel was still around. Once again, these are some of the tools that are used to confuse Israel, to make them think one thing, but they're so out of the loop historically, they're so out of the loop geopolitically. Many Israelites literally do not know what's actually going on in the scriptures. Aside from actually pointing out a couple laws and a few little precepts, if you will, aside from that, they cannot give you the social background of, let's say, what was the social background, for instance, of, let's say, the prophet. Let's pick a prophet that nobody likes to deal with.
Nahum.
I was just gonna go. You probably go to some of these brothers and sisters' Bibles, and probably nothing in Nahum is highlighted. And it's not a shot at anybody. It's just stating that we've been taught so long to cherry pick that what is in Nahum that concerns us? Like, so what is the social background behind Nahum? When did he prophesy? Who was he prophesying against? What was the whole purpose of his book?
That is a good question, because I never actually read that book myself. I can say that live. Yeah, I've actually never read that book.
I might have looked at it once or twice.
Like, what's so important about this guy that he's only got, and you know what? Well, why they minimalize certain prophets like Malachi, Nahum, and
right,
they made it like, okay, it's not really that important. And I think that was something that they did as they
yeah. I mean, to call them, first of all, to call them minor prophets is so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful because, first of all, everybody wasn't getting the word of the Most High directly from the Most High. When you got called to hear the word of the Most High, there's nothing minor about you.
Right.
You are that dude. Okay? Even if your book is only one page, like Obadiah.
Right.
One page, but he was going in on the Edomites, like, yo, these dudes, we're going to destroy them. None of them are going to exist after we finish with them. And that was it. Like, he just had one, whatever, but it was enough because it was powerful. It was a powerful prophecy. So the point is, of course, is to say any prophet is minor, no matter what the context of why they're saying it, is disrespectful. There's nothing minor about our ancestors who had the privilege of hearing the word of the Most High directly from the mouth. If you think they're minor prophets, show me somebody on Facebook that's getting those visions today. And look on Facebook. If you want to see a minor prophet, go on Facebook. There's plenty of them. But those brothers, those individuals inside of our scriptures, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Nahum, nothing minor about them. And so we have to break ourselves out of that thinking. Why do they call Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, and Ezekiel the major prophets? Because what do all four of those books have in common? From a Christian perspective.
Christ.
Yeah, they're talking about
Bingo.
a messianic kingdom.
Right. Now, even though the other books have some glimmers of whatever, but those 4 books is what they consider like these are the real proofs of Christ. That's the whole point of why they even called them the major prophets. Why they call these guys the minor prophets, because when you go into those books, you can't really find much concerning someone coming and possibly being Christ. You know, you don't see them going up in Nahum like, yeah, see, Nahum is talking about Christ. No, he spends his time talking about the Assyrians. So, you know, it's, you know, but these are the things that we've inherited from the Christians. We've inherited these, you know, these very corrupt and fallacious study methods. We've inherited it from the very people that we find ourselves fighting against. We're always talking about how, you know, the Christians, they done lied to our people, they're spreading the untruths, this and this and that, but you've utilized all of their platforms. How much can you hate your enemy if you do what your enemy does? Doesn't not the Lord tell us not to what? Not to mimic our, right, not to mimic our oppressor or choose any of his ways. So why are we taking the methodologies of Christians and using it to get understanding of the scriptures when clearly there's no logical way that you can explain taking one verse from Habakkuk and then going over here to Obadiah and saying, yeah, see, now that's the truth. Well, no, because they're talking about 2 different things. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about 2 different oppressions. You know what I'm saying? 2 different, Habakkuk, he's dealing with the Babylonians. He's prophesying about the coming of the Babylonians, but then you go to Habakkuk. You go to Nahum. Nahum is dealing with the coming of the Assyrians. So now you're talking about these 2 prophets are like 100, almost 200 years apart from each other. So what's happening? We don't know. We're not paying attention to the social order and the background of these books. We open up these books, you know what I'm saying? We go to the book of Micah. We're not going to Micah because we really are concerned with what Micah was seeing and, you know, we want to... No, we're going to Micah because we're trying to figure out, does he have anything in here that could point to Christ? Mm-hmm. That's the only reason why we go in that book. Let's keep it real. You don't believe me? Go on Facebook and ask somebody, what's your favorite part of the book of Micah? And that's if they even know what you're talking about as far as Micah, because they're probably thinking Micah. You know what I'm saying? But his name is Micah. You know what I'm saying? What is your favorite part of, you know what I'm saying, of Micah? I love chapter 4. But we need to spend more time even going into these books because this is all part of our heritage. Everything that we need doesn't exist in Isaiah. Because there were other prophets. You know, it's okay to go to those other guys. It's okay. But this is how we've been taught. This is the methodology we've been given as Israelites because we've inherited it from the Christian church that we came out of. And when we came into the knowledge of being Israelites, we did not have that Christian mentality destroyed by our elders. Our elders allowed it to simmer and allowed us to Hebraicize it. But it's still Christianity. So these are some of the things that we have to start avoiding. We got to deal with hermeneutics. We got to deal with the science of going into a text and reading it like a scholar reads it. A scholar doesn't start in the middle of any book. You start in the beginning. So if I want to know about what's going on with the prophet Micah, guess where I'm going to go? I'm going to start at the very beginning and read the whole book. And then after I read the whole book, so I can get an overall understanding of where Micah's coming from, then I can go into individual chapters, or if we want to even deal with the chapter issue, but go into these little elements and say, okay, now individually, okay, what's he talking about here in chapter 4? Okay, what's he dealing with over here in chapter 3? And how does that correlate to the other prophets that he was contemporaries with? If we're not approaching scripture like that, then what we need to do, we need to take off our turbans, we need to take off our keppas, we need to fringes and all of that, and we need to go back into the church. Straight like that. We need to go back into Baptist, you know what I'm saying, into the Baptist church or the Methodist church. That's what we need to do. If we're going to continue to study like Christians, then we might as well just go back and be Christians. That's my 2 shekels on that issue. Shekalim for that matter. So,
Well,
Well,
way to think about it.
say that again?
That's an interesting way to think about it.
I mean, you got to listen, man. You know, and you know, not to get too much on, you know, not to get harp too much on the Pharisees and stuff, but when you sit back and you think about what they were up against, and I mean, the fact that they weren't completely enshrouded by Hellenism is a miracle. I mean, the Pharisees were still, in some areas, they were slightly affected by it, because I mean, who was actually untainted by Hellenism? Everybody has been affected by it at that point on some level. But their whole platform was, no, we have to fight against this. We have to fight against anything that sounds foreign to the Tanakh, you know what I'm saying, to the scriptures. If it does not line up with it, we have to reject it. And if it's coming from our enemies, we definitely have to reject it, because nothing good can ever come out of their mouths. You know, the same people that's killing you is also saying, yeah, well, we're going to give you some insight on your spirituality. Oh, no, no, no. Now, you keep that Trojan horse doctrine. So our ancestors, they fought against this. And here we are today. We're making doctrines out of it. I always tell people this, that if any of our ancestors take an Isaiah, take an Elijah, any of them, if they could come back today and see the Israelites as they exist in the here and now, Elijah would call down fire upon us, because he wouldn't be able to believe that we are the descendants of them. Our ancestors would spit on us, because they would be looking at all of the tools that, because remember, at the time of David, there was no Tanakh. What books existed at the time of David? The Torah, Joshua, Judges, and that's it. Not even Samuel, because the books of Samuel was being written during the lifetime of David. So even Samuel, so everything from Samuel forward did not exist during the time of David. So when they said that David served the Most High and he believed in the Most High and whatever the case, what was he reading? They did not have the full picture of the scriptures, yet their worship and their trust in the Most High was infinitely more stronger than ours. And here it is. We have all of the scriptures. We got the pseudepigraphas. We got the apocryphas. We got the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Talmuds, and we got everything. We got the Blue Letter Bible on our computers. We got lexicons in the back here. All types of literature. And we're still moving as Christians? Like I said, Elijah would call down fire upon us. He would look at us like we are the priests of Baal.
Which brings my
Uh-oh. Yeah, brother.
because I wanted to go in on this. I really wanted to touch this. Okay. I really wanted to go into. I know we hit the. I don't know if Brother Barzell had anything else left on that, Brother Barzell.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I just want to know, did you have anything else you want to go over as far as Isaiah 28?
Oh no, I'm good on Isaiah 28. Aqui, that's put to bed. So
All right, no doubt.
yeah, we can move on.
All right, because there's an add more, Isaiah 28 and more at the top of the comment of this video. So you know that and more, I would think was.
Oh yeah, that'll definitely cover that.
All right, so you brought up a point as far as you said the prophecy of Baal. I really wanted to get into that. Okay, I don't know if you can click on my screen at the bottom of your screen. Can you click on my window?
Yeah, it just made the screen larger.
Okay, so everybody can see. Pretty much see me, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay. All right, or if you just click on my little window, I'll click on my little thing. Okay, so everybody can see.
Yeah, everybody can see.
All right. I'm gonna try to share my screen real quick. I want everybody to see this. I wanted to go on to this because I made a post about this, and I think you already know about this already. I made a post about this earlier this week. All right. Can everybody see that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So earlier this week, I seen this this meme, if you will. I'm not a big fan of it, but you know, I guess it's the best way to get or misinformation around today.
Right.
Especially on social media. And I just happened to run across this. And, you know, I'm very unbiased as far as my studies. You know what I'm saying? I'm just for truth, whatever it may be.
Right.
And I ran across this meme right here from the Encyclopedia of Gods over 2,500 deities. Now, I don't own the book, but I have read quite a couple chapters in the book myself.
Right.
That's city. So I'm probably going to, you know, buy it myself. And in that book, I guess the individual that makes this meme right here, the chapters in the book to, I guess, make a point and tie what you see highlighted. Would you mind reading that for me?
Yeah. It says and for me, of course, it's almost like blasphemy. But Yah, moon god, Egyptian. Yah may have been an import to Egypt brought by Semitic immigrants, go figure, who based his profile on the Mesopotamian god Sin. He is mentioned largely from the 20th century BC onward. It is depicted in human form, but can also be represented by the falcon and the ibis.
Okay. All right. So now, along with that, you know, I kind of just found a little research and here and there, per se. And what I kind of find out is that also there's a lot of information on Wikipedias, which we all know that can be edited and whatnot.
Right.
A lot of information that's not, I would say, from a scholarly history or just from an honest background, like an honest study look at. Because again, like I said, as far as our studies wise, as far as Israel's study, we're obviously we're very warped on how we study.
Right.
And that is what we discussed earlier. But what I did earlier after that was that I had a photo right here that I took, and I decided I said, okay, well let me look into this and see, how true this really is, because the individual that made this showed that you guys can see that, right?
Okay.
Okay. That's true. We picked up that God, Israel as a whole, right? The whole nation, all 12 tribes, picked up that particular deity in the wilderness, right? That's the first deity that we fell to in the wilderness, right? But of course, there's other stories that say that this Egyptian moon god was really a calf.
Yeah.
So now this shape-shifting moon god can shift from a cow, something that we created in the wilderness, to a cow, golden calf, and then now shape-shifts to what you read on that mem, which was a falcon or the eagle.
Right.
Or also can be depicted as a man, right? Or a human form.
Right.
Now it's shape-shifting. And then it's also tied to Egypt.
Yeah.
Based on that mem. Now, so I said, you know what? I think I'm pretty good at doing some research. Let's go look in the book of Jasher. I looked in the book of Jasher because I know a lot of people in the Hebrew community, they subscribe to that book, which I don't see no problem with. I think it's a great book.
Right.
I know there's individuals that's trash. We don't got the real one. Like, okay, well, why don't we just go and find out what it says in there?
Right.
So I go to chapter 79, and if you can read that down there for me, please, on verse 43 and 44.
Absolutely. So it says, and when the king saw this thing, he ordered the book of records that related to the kings of Egypt to be brought. And they brought the book of records, the chronicles of the kings of Egypt, in which all the idols of Egypt were inscribed. For they thought of finding therein the name of Jehovah, and we'll just say that for now, but they found it not. And Pharaoh said to Moses and Aaron, behold, I have not found the name of your God written in this book, and his name I know not.
Okay. Above you see Exodus chapter 5, verse 2. Read that for me.
Absolutely. Exodus 5 or Shemot 5:2. It says, Weyodamer paro mi Yahweh asher ashima bakolo leshalak et Yisrael lo yadaati et Yahweh wagam et Yisrael lo ashalake or ashalak. So, slackley. Ashalek.
Okay. All
So.
Right. Now, I'm going to grab Exodus chapter 5, verse 2 as well and get myself.
Oh, what is this? What type of
Oh, that's the King James. I'm going to use the King James because that's what everyone uses.
Oh, no. This is Q Bible. Okay, I wasn't. All right.
Yeah. I use QBible.com because it's very effective.
Okay, cool.
All right, so I'm going to get Exodus chapter 5, verse 2, and we can read it the same way there, right? And the King James, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Exodus chapter 5, verse 2 says, and Pharaoh said, who is the Lord that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go.
Right.
Now, some might say, okay, they're comparing, a pseudepigraphal text to the real text. That's probably not a good way to go. That's not a very scholarly way to precept upon precept. I'm like, it's that. What point are you trying to make, Matt?
Right.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is what I'm trying to, get across here is that we will use the book of Jasher when it supports, what we believe in or a particular doctrine per se.
Right.
But then when you find something that doesn't support it, it's like, well, I don't know if we got the right version.
Yeah.
Maybe we picked up the wrong version. But the book of Joshua is lining up exactly with what it's saying over here in Exodus chapter 5 and 2, where the Pharaoh is saying, look, I don't know who your God is, right? And I don't even have him in the book of Kings of our idols. Of all the idols that we have here in Egypt, we don't even got that guy here. So I don't even know who you're talking about.
Right.
So then, two questions I want to build on is, why a men that would be made like this from another book, I would assume it's a credible source from that book.
Right.
Is an Egyptian god, right? And then we're seeing in our own text that the Pharaoh is saying, I don't know who that is. We don't have him here. We don't know who that is. But then the claim in the Israelite community is that YHWH is the devil. That's Satan. We fell to that idol when we were in the wilderness. But how could we fall to an idol in the wilderness when we weren't even in the wilderness yet?
Indeed.
And then I also want to build on Baal, because a lot of people tie Baal, which another topic that goes into another area where is it Baal or Baal? Because of course we don't look into the Hebrew, we don't know what Baal or Baal means. So we'll tie that. That's the idol to go to as well.
Right.
I would like to build on those two topics. First, if you want to help me deal with this, but I think a lot of people would really like to. What's the deal with Baal and YHWH? Because he say it scary to say,
Right.
I want to break for the names of God. I'm that. Some those who are watching the he's of the devil.
Yeah.
He's of the devil.
Well, yeah. I mean, come on. We're all of the devil. So, that's what happened. That's what happens when you, when you're studying. When you begin to study, you have now become a devil. Go figure. But as far as the term, and I've always been kind of intrigued by that pronunciation. I've heard it so many times, and it always tickles me when I hear it. Baal. I remember the first time I heard the brother use that term, brother Rakar, and I remember thinking, Baal? Who the hell's Baal? And then listening to the context of what he was saying, I was like, oh, okay, he's talking about Baal. Okay, cool. But unless I misunderstood what you were saying, were you saying that was there a difference between Baal and Baal?
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to ask on, because I wanted to get some clarity. Is it really, did we fall to Baal, right? This moon god, as they call it, Yah, or Yahweh, as they call it.
Right.
And then what's the real background? You can anybody with a laptop or a smartphone could go on Wikipedia and type in, Yahweh, and pull up a Wikipedia boatload of information, and could post it up in anywhere and say, yo, this is it, man. See, that's why that's what we were dealing with, man. That's a pagan god.
Right. And the unfortunate part of it is that, again, the individuals that we're dealing with, we already see that their research methodology is extremely questionable. You see what I'm saying? So for instance, if someone says that going into Hebrew makes no sense, then the question, of course, is why then are we even having a discussion about the Bible, period? If we're not going to go into the Hebrew. I mean, we're going into the Strong's Concordance. The Strong's Concordance is linked to the same Masoretic text whatever. So that in itself should let us know, well, if it's linked to the Masoretic text, then everything that you see in the Masoretic text must be true. Because if the KJV is true, then the Masoretic text has to be true. But since they don't go into Hebrew, then there's no way to actually say, hey, listen, let's go into the text, and deal with this issue. And I'll show you an example of this. Let's go to 1 Kings, the first book of Kings, chapter 18.
Okay, you said 1 Kings 18?
Yeah, we're going to go to 18. Let's see. We're going to go to verse 19 because I really want to treat 21. But let's start at 19 just so that we can kind of get at least a bit of the context here. No, let's start at 17. Start at 17 and we'll read down a few verses. 1 Kings chapter 18, starting at verse 17.
All right, let me see what we got here. I got 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass when Ahab saw Elijah, that Ahab said unto him, Art thou he that troubled Israel? And he answered, I have not troubled Israel, thou and thy father's house, and that ye have forsaken the commandments of the Lord, and thou hast followed Baalim.
Now, immediately we have a problem here. Immediately. Because the doctrine is that Lord, which of course when we pull it up in the in the Hebrew text, and let me just get that real quick and share it to the screen. Hopefully y'all you can see it clearly.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. The problem here is when it says, in that ye have forsaken the commandments of who? You have forsaken the commandments of YHWH.
Yeah.
And have followed who?
Baalim, right?
So if Baal and YHWH are the same God, how can the priest of Baal forsook Yah to follow Baal if they're the same God?
Well, that was injected, man.
Right. Well, let's see some more injections. Let's go to verse 19 now. First Kings chapter 18, verse 19.
It says, Now therefore send and gather to me all Israel unto Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves 400, which eat at Jezebel's table.
Mm-hmm.
So they have sent. Oh, okay.
No. So he's gathered. Elijah is telling them, yeah, go and gather all of the prophets of Baal, all of them, and the prophets of the groves 400, which eat at Jezebel's table. So all of these wicked prophets who worship Baal. Let's see how he deals with them. Go ahead.
So Ahab sent unto all the children of Israel and gathered the prophets together unto Mount Carmel.
Mm-hmm.
And Elijah came unto all the people and said, How long halt ye between two options? If the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people answered him not a word.
They were confused because he's saying, listen, let's stop half-stepping here. If you're going to be, he's like, listen, how long are you going to dwell in between two opinions? If you're going to follow YHWH, Yahweh, if Yahweh is God, then follow him. But if Baal is God, then follow Baal. Once again, how can Baal and YHWH be the same God if Elijah is saying, no, Baal, if you worship Baal, you're going to die? Now, even if someone says, well, no, it doesn't actually say YHWH, Ahia is supposed to be there. Okay, fine. So if you be for Ahia, follow him. But if you be for Baal, then follow him. Either way, you still have to deal with the issue that if the Israelite scribes were trying to get the people changing the scriptures to get the people to worship Baal, why did they allow Elijah to condemn the worship of Baal right there in the same scripture that the Masoretes could have just changed?
That's an interesting point.
Now, that's the question. It's very easy for us to, we see the term Baal and, oh yeah, this, that, and the third, but then we have to, ask ourselves, well, wait a minute. If the Masoretes, if the whole object of the Masoretes, of course, in cahoots with the prophets of those days, which of course the Masoretes would have had to, once again, time travel centuries and centuries in the past to meet up with the prophets of this time. If the idea was to get the people, the children of Israel, to worship Baal, then you have to wonder why the Masoretes would allow Elijah to make these statements and to actually kill the prophets of Baal. Said, okay, yeah, your God is false. I called upon YHWH, or if you want to say Ahia, whatever, but you guys are calling on Baal, and he has done nothing because he's a false god. There's a reason why he's not answering. He might be on the toilet, or he might be on a journey, and he can't make it in time to answer your petitions. So, either way, the prophets of Baal were put to death. So if the Masoretes and these prophets of that time were trying to get Israel to worship Baal, then you have to explain how the prophets are condemning Baal worship. And the Masoretes, if they were actually against that practice, they could have easily went in and said, you know what? We're going to take that part of Elijah's statement out of there because he's condemning our God. We can't have him condemning our God. Why did the Masoretes leave it? Now, we can't say that, oh, well, maybe they didn't want to do. No, they allegedly spent enough time to take out 6,000 places where Ahia allegedly exists. If they had the time to take out 6,000 occurrences of Ahia, they could have clearly made verse 19 disappear or verse 21 disappear. So why do they leave the texts that condemns Baal worship, but then on the other hand are trying to convince Israel that they should worship Baal? That would be a very interesting question. Hopefully somebody will take the time to, maybe in the comments or whatever the case, to say, here, I have an answer for that, but I don't think there is an answer for it, other than, well, maybe Baal and YHWH are not the same God after all. Because then you would have to, because if that's what you're saying, because then we would have to say that, well, maybe Elijah was lying. Maybe Elijah was one of those lying prophets that we read about. Because the text is very clear. He's condemning Baal. And not just condemning it in word, but he's condemning it in real time, where all of these prophets are put to death because of their worship of Baal. So you cannot have a text that condemns the very God you're trying to convince the people to worship. So that's something that needs to be answered. How can Elijah teach against the very God is supposed to be the same as YHWH? Why is he making a distinction? Why is he saying, hey, listen, you know, Baal worship is evil, whatever the case? No, Baal worship should actually have been celebrated in the scriptures, because isn't that what the Masoretes were trying to do? To convince us to worship Baal. So Baal worship should have been written in such a way in the scriptures where it would have been celebrated. Why is he not condemning Ahiah? Or, you see what I'm saying? I mean, so we can't have it both ways. We can't have a prophet actually speaking against Baal, but then say that those individuals who have the Masoretic text changed it so that, you know, or caused the Israelites to worship Baal. Yeah, we know the Israelites worship Baal, but all of the prophets are speaking against Baal. Why would the Masoretes leave all of that evidence there? I mean, if they were as tricky and as, you know, witchcraft based as we like to think they were, they could have easily made that verse disappear. So that's one element of the issue with, of course, with Baal. And the other issue, of course, is actually a very simple issue. And all it requires is just a little research of the language, and that is the issue of, well, what does Baal mean? Baal does not mean a false god. It does not mean, you know, anything other than Lord. Lord, a master, husband. Which is interesting because I believe the same term was used for Abraham by his wife, if I'm not mistaken. Let me try to pull it up real quick, see if I can get I mean, don't quote me on that, but I believe.
Yeah, because I remember when I remember when we had spoke about that, and I think in Hosea chapter 2, right? I think it was Hosea 2:16 where we spoke about that.
Oh, you talking about with Baali and Ishi? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, so I mean, and you know, and that in itself is another issue, but I believe Genesis 18. Let me just make, you know, I might be off on the no, like even the term Adonai. It's another Canaanite deity.
I don't think that people are very versed in any of the like the Semitic world thought, and I think that right there is like a big hindrance, because I think when we talked about this a couple of days ago about how some of the Canaanites, how the Canaanites basically just took whatever they felt they believed was a god per se, or like I guess what they experienced, and made it into a god. Like how you I think it was like Yam or whatever, right? Which really just means water, right? And then they just made that into a god. But that was just how the Canaanites viewed, you know, I guess, or viewed or took their experiences and made them into deities. But then, but you know, of course, these same people speak the Phoenician as, you know, we like to elevate so much. These are the same people that speak the same language, and then in their language is what you're speaking. You're saying something that they believe is really a god.
Right. Absolutely. So here we go. For instance, let's go to real quick. We're gonna go to there's so many. It's actually so many that I can go here. You know what? Let's go to the first occurrence. Let's go to Exodus 21 and 22, and I'll for the benefit of those who may be watching still, I'll screen share that. And I hope you can see that clearly. And so Exodus 21:22, what do we read here? It says, if men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. Now, what is the word that they use here for husband? Baal. So, why is the scripture using Baal for husband if this is talking about a deity? Well, let's not get one witness. We know we need at least 2 or 3 witnesses to confirm a matter according to the Torah. So let's go to the next occurrence. Deuteronomy 22:22. And be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. And what do we find for the word husband again? Wow. But look at how it's translated throughout Scripture. 25 times, well, altogether 82 times in Scripture, in the King James, of course. 25 times as man, 14 times as owner, 11 times as husband, have 7 times, that's interesting, master 5 times, man given twice, adversary once, archers once, babbler, bird, so on and so forth, captain. But we see that it's overwhelmingly used as man, owner, husband.
It's a man deity. Just like it said when we read it out that meme. Said he can take the shape of a man.
Hey, man, he's right.
Davey,
he's right. The book, right.
Yo, it's a major reach, but that's the thing. See, what they're doing is, that's why it's dangerous to have a King James only mentality, because what happens is, when you see the term Baal in the King James Version, it's capitalized, you immediately equate it with the deity, because that's how it's being used in that context. But what about the other 80, almost 100 times where it's not even translated as Baal? It's translated as man, or owner, or husband, or master. So the translators, they know what they're doing, because they see the word Baal and they're thinking, well, this it's clearly not talking about a deity. So no, we're not going to say Baal. We're going to call it for what the word actually means, and it actually means master, lord, or husband. But of course, Baal would take on the attribute of a man, because you got to remember, their other deity, the reason why they chose the term Baal for their male deity is because Baal, that deity, had a wife. The wife's name was Asherah. So naturally, Asherah's husband would be who? Baal, the word for husband or master. So that's all they're doing. They're taking terms and using it to describe their deities. And then, listen, that's fine. You call it whatever you want to call it. We know what the truth of the issue is. So I don't care if some other people who knew about the name of YHWH, like for instance, like let's take the Moabites, for instance, who clearly knew, and that's another another thing that a lot of Israelites are avoiding, because on the Moabite stone, the Moabites clearly say that YHWH is the God of the Israelites.
Yeah, but they're pagans, so it doesn't matter what they say.
Yeah, but of course it matters what they say, because the Moabites are Hebrews. So the Lord God of the Hebrews, the Lord God of the Hebrews. So
we'll overlook that too.
Right, of course they're going to overlook that. But that's the thing. It doesn't matter, and I'm starting to sound like The Rock now, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. With your candy scripture. But it actually doesn't, listen, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter if another nation of people who know about the name of your God takes it and uses it for evil. That doesn't change your God. It just says, yo, these bastards are using the name of our God in vain.
Mm-hmm. But wait a minute. So hold on a second. You said something important there. And it doesn't matter if someone takes the name of your God and makes it evil.
Right. Because it doesn't change.
Right. Wouldn't that be very similar as the what's that called? They call it the tree of life or something like that.
Tree of life, having a high at the top of it.
Yeah, I was just about to touch on that too. The Sephiroth in the Kabbalah.
Yeah, they make all those names evil too.
Right, and because they listen, they have Elohim on, you know what I'm saying, that they worship. Even when you go into a book called the Seal of Solomon, where of course it goes into. It has obviously has, well, I'm not gonna say it has nothing to do with Solomon, because obviously at one point in time Solomon was into heavy witchcraft, but the book, the Seal of Solomon, it deals with a lot of spells that you can cast on people using the Psalms. It's straight witchcraft type book, but very interesting reading to give you an understanding of where I'm about to go to in the Kabbalah, that in conjuring demons, there are certain names that these demon worshipers conjure because they know that there's a power behind it. They use these terms to conjure spirits. One of the names they use heavily is Elohim. Allahayam. They also use El. They do use YHWH, no question. That's on the tree of life. But those are like the second, third, fourth, and fifth tiers. But on the top tier, what they call the Kether, the crown of the tree of life Sephiroth, guess whose name is the highest and most potent name in conjuring demons in Kabbalism? Ahaya. And anybody who knows Kabbalah or Kabbalism will attest to that fact. And if I, and if I was able, maybe I can, I'm gonna try to, just for the sake of those who are watching.
There's a YouTube video of a brother of a well, I wouldn't call him an Edomite per se, but I would call, I guess, a Euro Gentile who even has a book of it. And I remember him going into that book, and I think they took his video down because he was basically showing that name is up there. And by the way, just to make this clear, I guess if anybody's out there still listening and whatnot, is that I don't have a problem with any of those names, because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be keeping the commandments first. We're supposed to be operating first. You see what I'm saying? I think everybody misses that point altogether. I think that's a big separator. But of course, if you're going into the Hebrew, you won't have a problem with any of them. But just for the fact, to try to clear the air, is that these wicked people, right, the ones that's ruling this world right now, right, they really don't care. They really don't care because they're using your God's name in vain.
There you go.
They're using your God's name in vain. And the fact that they're acknowledging it and saying it to you, it's like, hey, man, we can do what we want to do with it. You ain't going to do nothing with it.
Right. So, and just for the record, so along the lines of what you're saying, and so just for the record, any Israelites, of course, who are watching this video, what I'm saying is I'm by no means saying that the name Ahaya is a wicked name or it's demon. No. All I'm saying is that it is also used for witchcraft the same way the Tetragrammaton is used, but along the lines of the order, the hierarchy. It is the most Ahaya is the most potent name to call upon when you're conjuring demons. So if we're going to throw away YHWH, the Tetragrammaton, because it is used, in satanic rituals, then we also have to throw away Ahaya. We got to throw away Yah. We got to throw away Elohim, El. We got to throw away all these names that we use because they're all used to conjure demons. And here's the we're going to get a screenshot now of those who are watching. And you see right here on the lower end of the on the lower end, down on the bottom, Malkut, which means, of course, kingdom, which means kingdom, or well, they say sovereignty, but kingdom. You have Adonai. Then up here you have Yesod, El Chai. Then you got over here Adonai Tzavot. Then you got over here Elohim Tzabaot. Then you have Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh under Tifaret, beauty. Then you got under Kesed, El. Gebura, you have Elohim. Of course, Da'at, that's knowledge, that's a given. Chakma, wisdom, Yah, Abba. I guess we can't use that term anymore. Bina, understanding, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh Elohim, Ima. And what do we have on the top, the crown, Kether? Ehyeh, which is modern Hebrew for Ahaya, the Ancient of Days. So the question then becomes is, again, if we're going to be consistent in our condemnation of terms that are used by pagans for pagan practices, then we have to throw away all of the names, not just one. All of them have to go in the garbage. But if we're not ready to give up Ahaya, then we can't give up anything else. We have to be consistent in our critique. And again, me personally as an Israelite, I don't care what our enemies have done with the name. What did our enemies do? What did the Greeks do to our temple during the time of the Maccabees?
Yeah, they desecrated it.
They desecrated it to the high heavens. Swine was being offered up in it. It was crazy. Did the Maccabees throw away the temple?
Nah, they just rededicated it and made a holy day from it.
Exactly. Hanukkah. So that we can remember, yeah, the Greeks come up in the scene trying to defy your situation. You smash their heads. And after you smash their heads, then you go and rededicate that which the Most High has given you. Because that's what we can do. That's why we're messiahs. That's why we are the anointed. We can go in and re-anoint the temple. Because it's not the temple that's holy. It is the people who serve in it that makes it holy. We built the temple. Remember, you follow what I'm saying? So it's not like the Most High made the temple float from the heavens and come down to the earth. No, we built it with, go figure, Phoenician help. How about that? So
must have been speaking the same language, or the bill stuff if you don't understand each other. Asking people at the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, the Phoenicians. I mean, we say that we speak Phoenician. Well, these were Phoenicians who did business with Solomon. You know what I'm saying? And what was his name? Hiram, King Hiram. Said, yeah, listen, I got some dudes on my end who get busy with the building situation. We got some great lumber in our territories. Let's get it in. So we have pagans who helped build our temple. So wasn't it desecrated from the very beginning of its building?
That's why Solomon fell.
Well, no, clearly that wasn't the reason. But I mean, but of course, if we're reaching, yeah. But
hey, I just want you to, you see how. Right, okay, all right. I just want you to.
No, I'm very clear where you're going, though. I know, no doubt, brother. I know.
Okay.
But that's what happens on Facebook. We know because again, we don't have any knowledge of this background. You get any people that ask you, or you ask them, who built Solomon's temple? They'll say, Solomon. Like, well, no. He drew out blueprints and told them what he needed, but the king ain't building nothing. The king, that's why he's the king. He doesn't have to do anything. He's got subordinates that can handle that. Like Moses. Moses didn't deal with all of the issues of the people. No, I deal with the great issues. All those other issues, that's why I have judges and captains.
So, real quick, could you explain for me?
Yeah.
Because, of course, I heard this is why nobody uses or says the name Ahiah, because that name is dreadful among the heathen, according to Malachi 1:14. Okay, so this is why nobody's using that name, because it's dreadful among the heathens. So the heathens, of course, ain't going to use it, and they just going to give us this other name.
Yeah, but even that statement is insane, because we're actually looking at a heathen practice of the tree of life, the so-called, well, not the tree of life itself, but what's behind the tree of life, where they're conjuring demons. And what is the name that they use at the top of the tree?
Right, but you know what they'll say? Oh, they know the name. They know what the name is, as you can see. That's why it's where we just seen it at in this tree of life. That's why it's in the book Illuminati too.
Oh, that book. Oh, okay. I'm starting to think that's their Bible.
Oh man,
they quote out of it so much. I mean, you start wondering. But no, listen, and that's the thing. But the fact is that they do use it. They do, they in fact do use that name. I know for a fact the Khazars use it. And just to show you that when they say that, oh yeah, the Khazars, they gave us the tetragrammaton to throw us off. No, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Actually, that's not true, because in Jewish synagogues, you are forbidden to actually pronounce the name YHWH.
Right. Absolutely.
All Jews, well, maybe not the Reformed Jews, but all of the Orthodox and the Hasidic and the Lubavitch Jews, they are forbidden to even mention that name. In fact, when they go into the Hebrew and they see the tetragrammaton, they are commanded to pronounce it as Adonai.
Mm-hmm. That's where we get this. That's where we get all these where you see all these words where it says Lord at. That's why it says that there. because why.
Right.
They're not to say that.
Exactly. They're not, they have such a reverence. They go figure. Wow. The heathens show reverence to the tetragrammaton more than Israelites do. But they have so much reverence for it that they're like, listen, we're not pronouncing it or nothing. When you see it in the text, you read it as Adonai. So
what does Adonai mean?
It's another way. Adonai is actually another way. It's a synonym for Baal. It means Lord.
Exactly.
So now think about this. If the Khazars hold YHWH in such high regard that they're not going to pronounce it, why would they give it to you?
Right.
To pronounce.
It's right. Some people that they feel, is you're goyim. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. I mean,
why would we give it to lesser people? We're not going to say it, but we're going to make sure that everybody else understands what it is, and they can just say it.
Because it's our way of confusing the world. That's why.
Okay, yeah. I know they forgot they had a world plan.
Right.
To dominate the world.
Yeah, and those excuses, they start getting ridiculous because now you sound like a conspiracy theorist. And I don't mean that in a good way, because a lot of conspiracy theorists are on point about stuff. But now you're a conspiracy theorist on the level of, okay, the whole world is against Ahiah. And real. Most of the world don't even know what Ahiah is. Mm-hmm. So let's just keep it real. So no one's trying to make people forget the name of Ahiah. The name of Ahiah, well, I can't even in good conscience, I can't even say the name Yahweh. The statement Ahiah, Asher Ahiah, you know what I'm saying, was not even a big deal to Israel because that's not what they were commanded to call him. Because again, first person, third person.
Right.
But that's a whole nother level concerning the name. But again, we can't, going back to my original point, you cannot or reject a name because it's being used and being pushed in demonic circles. You can't reject one name for that reason, but then ignore that reason when it happens to be that the name you use is the name that's mostly used for demonism. And this is not just in the Tree of Life. This is also in Freemasonic books. What's his name? Manly P. Hall was very clear on that fact. When you go into Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages, and he's a 33. I mean, he has the honorary 1/3 degree on top of his 33, and he tells you, guess what the secret word or the secret name of Freemasons is? Guess what it is? And I'll give you a hint. It's not the Tetragrammaton.
Right.
It is Ahaya. There's an old Masonic poem called "The Crooked Mile."
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Stop.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on a second. Because I ain't never heard of these books before.
What? We talking about Secret Teachings of All Ages?
Nah, I never heard of this content before. I'm going to have to look that one up.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you never heard of Secret Teachings of All Ages? Wow. Secret Teachings of All Ages, in the Freemasonic world, Secret Teachings of All Ages is like, if I can compare it to something, it would be like for Israelites, it would be Hebrewisms of West Africa. From Babylon to Timbuktu. Like if you're a Freemason and you don't have Secret Teachings of All Ages, you are playing games. You're not really about that life. It's the Bible now. It's considered the Bible of Freemasonry. I mean, Manly P. Hall, he's up there. He's up there with the Albert Pikes and the Albert Mackeys, and I mean he's arguably, some people would argue it, but for the most part, he might be considered the greatest Freemasonic writer ever. I'm probably inclined to agree with that because I've read enough of his material and enough of Albert Mackey and Albert Pikes, what's his name, C.L. Leadbeater, a lot of these guys. But Manly P. Hall, he's on the Freemasonic side, he's that dude. And so when he says something, Freemasons consider him to be the authority. He's like, the authority in the 20th century for a Freemasonry. Like he's just encyclopedic. Whatever. I mean, that book, Secret Teachings of All Ages, is an encyclopedia. It's like a good 800 pages long. It's crazy. But in the book, he goes into these issues about the Tetragrammaton. He goes into the issues about what he refers to as Eye Asha Eye, which is, of course, modern Hebrew for Ahaya Asha Haya. And he also confirms the fact that, the term Eye or Ahaya, that's a very high-level name in the Freemasonic world. In fact, it is considered to be the lost word. And that, when you go into some of his writings, and other Freemasonic writings, when they talk about what the lost word is, the word that was hidden by all of the wise men, such as Hiram Abiff and Solomon or whatever, the word, and they translate it into English as, the word is to be. Ahaya. Now, the fact that Manly P. Hall uses this term, the term Ahaya, for Freemasonic witchcraft, does that does that mean that Ahia is not a legitimate name of the Most High because it's been used by demon worshippers?
Absolutely. Throw it away.
But so you see the contradiction here because
Right.
because you have brothers that's like, nah, see they can use it any way they want to, but it doesn't change the fact. Okay, so then that same argument can be applied to Yod-Heh-Wahe.
Right.
Or it could be applied to Elohim. Why do you hold on to Elohim when Elohim is a confirmed Canaanite group of deities? El, Asherah, and Baal. Those are the Elohim or the Elohim of the Canaanites. That's confirmed. Why do we hold on to Elohim? So again, we're cherry picking. We're cherry picking our idolatry. So on one hand,
maybe we're just not. Or maybe we're just not aware, or at least the educational part of the world of the Hebrews, which I think that should be something that someone should learn as they come into, I guess, the knowledge of being who they believe they are. It's like an Israelite per se, or Hebrew.
Right.
It makes sense for them to, if you're going to study the ancient ways of that particular group of people, it would make sense to study the brothers around them and study what they did and practices what they did, so that you can tell, okay, all right, well, yeah, even though they was over there doing this, we're doing this. Because I can give you a perfect example of that. I have this book right here, which I think I got this from Brother Kashu the Danite.
right.
It's a really good book, by the way.
Oh, did that say archaeology in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that was archaeology in the Bible, Aki?
Yeah, that's what it is. He on mute. He don't even know it.
Okay.
Take yourself off mute, Matt.
Yeah, brother, you might want to take yourself off mute.
Oh, you might have muted him. I don't know.
I don't see how I could have.
Oh, it's live. He got some noise going on in the background.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's.
No, yeah, maybe. What is this? Rage?
Yeah, I don't know what he's. I can't really make out what he's saying, but
Leave.
and I hope he doesn't think that I'm able to read his lips because I cannot.
No. I
Um,
don't know what he got going on. Helicopter passing by.
I have no idea.
But that's what that book said. I read it. It says archaeology in the Bible. What the name of the title was.
Yeah, I don't. I don't even know if he can hear us or whatever. And so I really don't want to go. I really don't want to go further in building on anything if he can't,
Right, if we completely out the loop.
Oh, okay. He inboxed me. He said, "Unmute me." I never muted him.
I don't know, Aka. Are you the host on this section? You might have the control to actually, because I know you can. Whoever the host is can mute individuals. I don't know what you might have done. Matt, you're gonna have to give him instructions on how to unmute you, because I don't think he knows where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, I see that his microphone is red, but it's not from my doing because I never touched the control room panel. So he might have to he's gonna have to duck out and come back into the call. What is he?
Maybe he's agreeing with you. Yep.
Yeah, I think he did. Okay. Yes, I can't really call what he was saying.
Well, why didn't just inbox you or write it down on a piece of paper? What you want, you big old baby? So I had to come out here and see what I was doing.
Well, the vid so far the video already has a thumbs down.
You'll get that.
Oh no, I have no problem. I got steel for skin, so it's not, you know. I mean think about this. There's a song by Earth, Wind and Fire. I always get angry about this. Song is called Devotion.
Yeah.
I mean,
that song.
you know, we need devotion. Blessed are the children. You know, and the song got like 200 dislikes. Like, how do you dislike devotion? so yeah. I mean, it's not. It is what it is. I mean, that's cool. The important thing is that.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. I don't know what happened. My computer, she going out on me. Like I said, I had her since 2008. So.
Right.
She yeah, I know, right? Hey, hard time. Hey, she going through it like a tank. But yeah, before I guess I muted myself or whatever. The point I was trying to make was on this book right here, Archaeology in the Bible, and I got this from Kashu the Danite,
right?
Like earlier when I had started the book gang group on Facebook, and it's interesting that I think that an education in the social world of the Hebrews is important because we don't. Not only do we got to study ourselves and the God of the Hebrews, of the Israelites,
right?
Who's personal to us, to Israel. But what did the other Hebrews have in common with Israel? Like, because obviously you're surrounded around other Hebrews, other Shemitic people.
Right.
And one thing that point stood out to me in this book is that I think we touched on it a while back too, was the Hittite code laws and the Code of Hammurabi.
Right.
And how the Hittites they have a Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
The Assyrians have a Sabbath, right? The Babylonians have a Sabbath. So, like, how can all these people all have a Sabbath, but not be connected somehow?
Right. I mean, and along with that, I mean, let's look at the ramifications of that statement. I would say that we need to I don't know, stop keeping the Sabbath because clearly it's a pagan tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Hittites were a nation before Israel was a nation. So if they were already keeping the Sabbath, and then Israel comes on the scene, and now they're keeping a Sabbath, then clearly we're following the ways of the nations. So let's do away with the Sabbath. The Sabbath is a Canaanite practice. Let's do away with it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because I was looking at that, like, they share very similar laws in the scripture. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
Babylon got a Sabbath.
Yeah, I mean, and why wouldn't Babylon have a Sabbath? The Babylonians, the people, not always the ruling caste, but the people are the children of our Paksat. That is the line that the Hebrews come out of. Why do you think it says that that Abraham came out of Ur of the Chaldees. Abraham was a Babylonian of the house of Paxad. So it should not, we shouldn't bust our heads over this, because of course other Hebrews and other Shemitic people, why would not the children of Shem know about the Sabbath? Why wouldn't they? I mean, wouldn't Noah have known? I mean, wouldn't Noah have known what the Sabbath was? And wouldn't he not teach it to his children?
Yeah, but the Most High only dealt with Israel, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's the reason why we are the smallest of the we are the least of the nations. We're not the greatest of the nations, which the Most High made that very clear. You know what I'm saying? We're the least because we were one of the newest nations that came on the scene. But to say that the Most High did not deal with any other people, the question is, did the Most High deal with Shem?
Yeah, he dealt with Shem.
Okay. And here's another issue. If Shem was dealt with by the Most High, because clearly that's clearly what Genesis 9 says. You know what I'm saying? Blessed be Shem of the Lord God. But that would mean that Shem would teach his children, and therefore the children, since being that Shem is blessed, then that lineage would be blessed. Because if that lineage was not blessed, Abraham could have never gotten the covenant. And lo and behold, Abraham is not Yisrael. Abraham is not Yisrael. Isaac is not Yisrael. Neither is Jacob. So our forefathers are pagans. Now let's look at that. Because if the definition,
you can't say that. You can't say that out loud.
If the Most High never dealt with anybody, if the Most High never dealt with anybody other than Israel, then if that's the case, if that is the truth, then Abraham, Isaac, Jacob were pagans. By that definition. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case, but I'm saying by that definition, that would be the case.
Gentiles, by definition.
Straight Gentiles.
Heathen by definition.
Right. So, that means that Shem would have been a Gentile. Noah was a Gentile. So the question, of course, is why would the Most High allow us to come through a lineage of Gentiles to call us his chosen when we are still, in fact, you are what your father is? Remember that precept?
Mm-hmm.
So if your father is a pagan, what are you?
Huh?
This is why Israel has to be very careful with not only what they're being taught, but what they are taking into their heads. They're not using critical thinking. So of course Shem is going to know about the Sabbath. Why would he not know about the Sabbath? I mean, they clearly already knew about clean and unclean animals. So why would they not know this information? And if Shem is who the book of Yasher says he is, and Shem being actually Melchizedek, then we have another issue here. When Abraham met Melchizedek on the way and gave Melchizedek tithes of all that he had, who was Melchizedek if he wasn't Shem? You know what the scholars say Melchizedek was? That he was a Canaanite king priest. You see how we just can't avoid the Canaanites? It's like somehow or another we're always up in the Canaanite situation. So we have to, right? So we have to be, we have to really sit down and think about what it is that we're being taught, and does it stand, does it stand up to critical thinking? Right. So we cannot say that we cannot. There's no problem with the idea that the Babylonians would have a Sabbath. Of course, they would have a Sabbath. They were of the children of Arphaxad, the son of Shem. Of course, they would have holdovers from from the concepts that Shem taught them from his father and from the righteousness that they had coming into the time of the flood. They would have this information. Now, while I'm not saying that the Babylonians were worshiping the Most High, because we've seen that their level of spirituality continued to degrade over time to the point where, yeah, they might still have some similar laws, but they done went off the chain and just started worshiping all manner of gods. But that still does not negate that they would have had the same information that Shem had. Shem taught his children, just like any father. You teach your children the truth. Whether they grow up and live that truth is a whole nother argument, but because that's not the argument. The argument is, did Shem teach his children to serve the Most High? And if he did, then it should not surprise us when we find amongst the various Shemitic and various other Hebrew tribes, when you start seeing similar Sabbath practices, similar names for the Most High. This is the reason why it's not surprising if you see the Moabites knowing about the Tetragrammaton. Why would they not know? They're Hebrews.
Oh, wait.
Why would they not know any of this stuff?
What about the Edomites knowing, right? Because I mean, they went through the land of Egypt dealing with King Merneptah and left behind something. Another time.
Oh no! I'm just looking at a statement from the brother who said apparently that what is this? But he didn't have parents. I guess he's saying that Melchizedek didn't have parents, and of course, and I understand where the brother's coming from with that. That's obviously coming out of the book of Hebrews, but and that's another story in itself. But once again, if we're not gonna duck and dodge, if we're not gonna duck and dodge the book of the book of Jasher, Jasher says that Shem is Melchizedek. And then, of course, if that's the case, then what does Hebrews mean? What does the book of Hebrews mean when it says that he did not have a father and a mother? Because Abraham clearly knew who Melchizedek was, because nobody gives up a tenth. If Abraham is wealthy, it's like today, if you got $1 million in your bank account and you run into somebody who says, oh yeah, I'm the servant of the Most High, I'm the priest of the Most High, and you go and give up $100,000 to this guy just off rip. Nobody does that unless you know who you're dealing with. So when we say that Melchizedek, of course, did not have parents, then the question is, well, then who is Melchizedek? We can't say that Melchizedek is Christ, as some brothers like to kind of, infer, because what the same book says that Christ was of the order of Melchizedek. Once you're of the order of something, you are not that someone. If I say that I'm a Hebrew Israelite of the order of Beni Zakim, that means that I'm not the person who created Beni Zakim. I'm someone who came down that order from a long line of said individuals. So some people say that Melchizedek was Christ. Well, can't really say that, because then we would definitely know who Christ or who Melchizedek's father was. you see what I'm saying? You can't, so is it Christ, or who else could it be? Who is Melchizedek? And unfortunately, when people quote the book of Hebrews, Hebrews doesn't give any explanation of it whatsoever. Hebrews never identifies who Melchizedek is. He just says that Christ is a high priest in the order of Melchizedek. So whoever Melchizedek was, he was someone who established a particular order of a priesthood, and Christ was simply a student of that particular order, and he carried on that particular tradition according to the author of Hebrews. But of course, that's really not the real point of of the discussion. Of course, the discussion is really concerning, you know, the paganism. That if these pagans, who people call pagans, but they were nothing but other Hebrew tribes and other Shemitic tribes, if they have all of these similarities to the children of Israel and their laws, there's either two things: either the Israelites copied these laws from them, or the children of Shem already had these laws from the beginning, and they all went astray and started going out of their minds and following all manner of insanities. And then the Most High said, okay, you know what, enough of this. I'm going to reach in and I'm going to choose a people out of them, out of that same lineage of Shem, and I'm going to make them my chosen people. I'm going to reinstitute these very same laws, but they're going to be codified, and then these people, the Israelites, they are going to be my silver surfers of the truth, if you will. They're going to be my herald of the truth. Now they're going to go out and they're going to teach people this is the way, the real way you sacrifice, or this is the real way you keep the Sabbath, or this is the real way that you refrain from certain foods or whatever have you. So these are the two options that we have. Either the Israelites got a reinstituted version of the law that was given to Shem through Noah, or the Israelites simply copied the nations. You take your pick. I mean, that's not me. I mean, I already, I don't have a problem with the issue at all. But those who don't want to acknowledge that there were other Hebrew and Shemitic tribes who spoke the same language, had the same culture, very similar cultures, and many of the same laws. How is that possible? So we don't want to admit that Israel stole laws from the Babylonians, because we already know how people like, no, we didn't do that, because they say the same thing about the Egyptians, that we got it from the Egyptians. So nobody wants to admit that Israel got anything from the other nations. Okay, they're fine. They didn't get it from the other nations. But now you're still going to have to explain why the other Shemitic peoples have these same laws. Not all the same, but many of them. All you got to do is open up the Code of Hammurabi, and you see that the very same land that Abraham came out of had very similar laws to the Torah. How is it possible? That's the answer, or that's the question that needs to be answered. How did these practices come forward from these people if the Most High never dealt with them?
Yeah, I mean, the laws are very similar, man. I'm looking at it right now. It says the Code of Hammurabi and the Pentateuch. Let's see. It says against witches. If a man brings an accusation against a man that he has laid a death spell upon him and has not proved it, the accuser shall be put to death.
Right.
Let's see. They got laws against witches, witchcraft, and sorcery. If a man accuses another practicing sorcery, but has not proved it, he is whom the charge of sorcery is made, shall go to the sacred river, and he shall plunge in the sacred river. And if it overpowers him, his accuser shall take possession of his house, and so on. I mean, it just talks about if he does have sorcery, then everyone's supposed to kill him, basically. Laws concerning false witness. It says in a case, right. If in a case a man has borne false witness or accused a man without proving, if that case is a capital case, then that man shall be put to death. It says the Hebrew law was similar. A false witness is to be visited with the penalty which he has purpose to bring upon his brother. Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 18 and 19.
Right.
Yeah, they got parallel laws, but they're very close. I mean, one against children, slaves, house breaking. I mean, agriculture, which is because they're an agricultural people, so horticulture laws, marital. I mean, there's that's they have a law pretty much for very very similar. You know what I mean?
But of course, the problem though is now how do we reconcile that? How do we reconcile that issue? Because on one hand, the Babylonians were pagans, right? So how can they have a set of laws that actually forbids the very things that they're doing? When when we talk about pagans normally don't subscribe to laws that hinders their paganism. So if I feel, for instance, if I'm a lawgiver and I feel that, listen, adultery is a good thing. It's a good thing to go and take another man's wife. Nothing wrong with that. If that's what I believe and that's what I'm going to push in, to my people, I'm going to make sure that in my laws I don't have any mention of adultery being wrong. So of course now we have to revisit, what do we mean when we say the Babylonians are pagan? And what Babylonians are we talking about? Because there were various Babylonian kingdoms. You had the old Babylonian kingdom, which was, of course, during the time of, Hammurabi, whatever. You had the Neo-Babylonians. Then you got to remember, too, not all the Babylonian rulers were Shemitic. There were a few Hamites, hence Nimrod was one of them, who, although the people were of Arphaxad and were Shemitic, but the rulers of that time was coming out of Cush. Now, some people think that that's kind of far-fetched, like, oh, nah, all of them, that's not possible. Well, wait a minute. And I always give the same example. Look at apartheid South Africa. 90% of the country are Bantu. But who is actually ruling?
Yeah, Euro Gentiles, man.
Exactly. So does the fact that that de Klerk was the prime minister of South Africa, does that make South Africa a white nation?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's an African nation with a white ruler, and it's a very similar situation with Nimrod. Nimrod came in and he began to rule in what became Babylon. He did it by force, but the people that were already there, if you look at the genealogical table in Genesis 10 and 11, the children of Arphaxad, Shem's son, began to occupy that. He began to occupy that portion of the land. So when you look at why Abraham is called a Hebrew, he's coming out of the land in which he has to cross over the Hiddekel and the Parat rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. So we know that he wasn't a Hamite, he was a Shemite. But we're not talking about the people, we're talking about the rulership. So yes, there were some Hamitic rulers in Babylon, but the Babylonians were Shemitic people of the children of Arphaxad, and all of the Hebrews came out of Babylon, all of them, because that's where Eber dwelt. So when we start talking about the technicality of nationhood and what we really are, let's keep it real. If the Most High didn't deal with nobody except Israel, then what is Abraham? Abraham then becomes a Gentile, because he is not Israel. Neither is Isaac, neither is Jacob. Eber is not Israel. Shem is not Israel. So our forefathers, if we are who our fathers are, which is what the doctrine that goes around a lot, if we are who our fathers are, then our fathers are Gentiles. So then where does that leave us? Now, of course, that argument's ridiculous, and I don't subscribe to that. But that's what happens when we follow these real crazy kind of doctrines. This is what it ends up leading you to. You end up starting to have to acknowledge the fact that, well, wait a minute. How can we be the chosen of the Most High if our ancestors are Gentiles? So the logic, of course, is insane. The logic is insane. It is straight insanity. But we still have to deal with the fact of the matter. The fact is that The people, the various Hebrew tribes and the Shemitic tribes, of course they have holdovers from what Shem taught them. Shem taught his children what his father taught him. This is the reason why when he was blessed, it said, blessed be Shem of the Lord God. You don't get a blessing from the Most High unless you're righteous and you're about that life. So him being about that life, what does he do? He has 5 sons. He has Ashur, Elam, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. 5 sons. And what does he teach his sons? He teaches his sons, this is how you serve the Most High. Now, whether his sons stuck with the teachings is a whole nother argument. And of course, we're not arguing that point, but we're saying that even when you go against the teachings of your father or of your parents, you still have holdovers. You still have certain ways that you don't actually give up, that you still do, even though you've stepped away. Like, for instance, you get Israelites who step away from the truth. They're like, yo, I'm not really dealing with the camps, whatever. It doesn't mean that they go back and start eating pork. It just simply means, well, I don't really do things like how they're doing it, but certain things still remain. You know what I'm saying? You may not go out and work on the Sabbath, or you may say, you know what? Yo, I know I'm still a Hebrew. I'm still going to grow my beard. There's certain things that you still hold over, even if you're into idolatry. I mean, look at the Israelites. When they were into straight idolatry, they were still keeping the laws. Look at Isaiah chapter 1. They were still keeping the new moons, the Sabbaths, the sacrificial law. They were keeping all of this stuff, yet they were still bowing down to Baal. They were still bowing down to Milcom, Molech, Chemosh, all of these deities, even though they were keeping these other laws. So even in their paganism of bowing down to idols, they were still maintaining a connection to the law. So why wouldn't the other Hebrew tribes be doing the same thing? So yes, that's the reason why we find the Sabbath amongst the other Hebrew tribes. Of course, why would they not know the Sabbath? Why would Moab not know about the Sabbath? Who was Moab's father? Lot. And who was Lot's, uncle, but who was Lot's father in that sense? Abraham.
Yeah.
So it should not surprise us that when we go amongst other Hebrew tribes like the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites. When I say Edomites, I'm talking about the actual Edomites, not the, what we're calling them today. But these were all Hebrew tribes. Right. These are all Hebrew tribes. Let's keep it real. I mean, if Jacob is a Hebrew, then Edom is a Hebrew. I mean, you can't get around that fact. Now, whether you believe he's white, that's another argument. If that's what you believe, fine. But the one thing you can't say he's not a Hebrew. He's a Hebrew by nationality, and he was a Hebrew by language because he spoke Hebrew. So did the Moabites, so did the Ammonites, so did the Syrians. All of these groups in that area all came out of the line of Shem. Why would they not have old recollections of certain laws of their great ancestor Shem? Why would they not have a recollection of the Sabbath? Why would they not have a recollection of adultery being wrong? You see what I'm saying? Now we know the Babylonians were wicked as hell. That's a given. You know what I'm saying? But they still had the code of Hammurabi. They still had a code that was very similar to the Torah. Why? Because they came out of Shem. And Shem is responsible for giving the Hebrews that covenant. There would be no Abrahamic covenant if there was no Shem. And so we're talking genealogy. There'd be no Abraham if it was not for Shem, because Shem gave birth to everything in Mesopotamia. So I don't get all crazy when people say, well, I reject the Tetragrammaton because the Moabites, they believed it. Well, yeah, why wouldn't they know about the Tetragrammaton? All Hebrews would have known about the Tetragrammaton. That's like saying that all Asiatic or all Semitic people do not know what the word Baal means. All the Shemitic tribes, they all know what Baal means. All of them, because it's in our language. It means husband, master, Lord. Now, of course, the Canaanites, yeah, we know what the Canaanites did. Just like they do with anything. They want to deify something. They say, well, we have a female god named Asherah. Now we have this male god. Well, we got to give him a name. Well, she's his husband. I mean, she's the wife of this god here. So let's call him Baal, because Baal means husband, and he's the husband of Asherah. This is how the Canaanites thought. So they did not invent the names. They simply took names that meant something and attached it to their idols. And so what Israelites are doing, they're looking into this information backwards. They're looking at the Canaanites saying, oh, if the Canaanites are saying YHWH, then clearly it's because they invented the name. No, it's because the Canaanites looked at us and said, oh, what are they over there worshiping? Oh, they're worshiping some unseen God. Well, our God can be seen, so we're going to take this name and attach it to our seen God. And the Canaanites have done that with everything. So when people say, well, YHWH, we shouldn't use that because the Canaanites, whatever. Okay, well then, let's stop using the word shalom. Because that was the Canaanite God of peace. So why are we saying shalom to each other? Wouldn't that be paganism? So we should not greet each other with shalom. Or how about Kodesh? The same word for holy was one of their gods as well. So when we say the Ruach HaKodesh, or you see what I'm saying? Maybe we need to back up from that and say, well, let's not use spirit, because Ruach, Kodesh, that holy thing, that's a Canaanite deity. We shouldn't use it. You see what I'm saying? So also on one hand, see, that's what I'm saying about we pick and choose our idolatry. On one hand, we reject the Tetragrammaton, but we won't reject Elohim. And Elohim was the name of the top three gods in the Canaanite pantheon: El, Asherah, and Baal. On one hand, we reject this element of paganism, but then over here, we're like, well, you see what I'm saying? We reject the Canaanites for their paganism, but then what do we call the language that we speak? Phoenician. Who are the Phoenicians?
Yeah, they're Canaanites.
I mean, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pick and choose what pagan deities we're gonna use of the Canaanites. You know what I'm saying? So we'll take these, but we'll reject these. We'll keep your language, but we reject your God. And Israelites they're so blind to this fact that they're even bold enough, they won't even call it Hebrew. They call it Phoenician. So they're just letting you know, listen, we don't care. We took it from the Canaanites. Like at least have enough respect and just call it Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Just call it anything. Just don't call it Phoenician. Because now you're admitting the fact that it's not your language. It is the language of the people that you claim you got your gods from. So you reject their gods and take their language. That doesn't sound very bright to me.
Yeah, I definitely never thought of it like that.
Okay, and for the record, Shalom, Maki.
Shalom, brother. How y'all doing, man? Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. The Most High is magnificent. So yeah, I mean, so and so I think that a lot of brothers, whether we're dealing with brothers that are on the quote unquote Old Testament side and brothers that are on the so-called New Testament side, I think we all have to stop and kind of like just sit back and think about some of the positions that we've taken, because this is not something that's just on the New Testament side, because you have a lot of Old Testament brothers who are just as simple-minded, and you know, and I know many of them because I come out of a Tanakh only tradition. So I've seen brothers who I'm like, oh my God, I know this brother did not just say that. I know he didn't just say that. You know, like whatever. You know, but this is, you know, we have to come out of this idea that just because the nations are using a term that sounds like something that we're using, that somehow makes it pagan. Because I give the example of, what is the Hebrew word for gospel? The Hebrew word for gospel is what? So if I was to say the gospel of Matthew, you know, what would we say? We would say basura ha matityahu.
Matithias, yeah.
So matityahu Matthew, basura is
basura.
Right, is
Basura,
gospel.
yeah.
But now in Spanish, basura is what? Garbage.
Basura, yeah.
So, you see what I'm saying? So now, if we're going to use the same logic that we use what we were just talking about, then that would mean that, yeah, and I've met some brothers who have actually made this argument. They're like, yeah, see, I could prove to you that the New Testament, you know what I'm saying, is trash. Look at the word gospel. In Spanish, it's basura, see? That's where it came from. Garbage, gospel, it's all garbage. And you're looking at these guys like, oh my God, he did not just say that. Like, oh boy. It's a ridiculous argument. But this is what we're doing. What we're doing is we don't even know the language that we're claiming to quote. So how can you on one hand be against Hebrew? And when I say Hebrew, even the modern Hebrew, how can you be against learning modern Hebrew, but yet you're taking a position on Hebrew grammar that you don't even know? You don't know Hebrew, so how can you actually quote anything from it? That's like me trying to argue somebody about the Russian language. I don't know anything about Russian. So I'm not going to sit here and be dogmatic and be like, no, Russian is, listen, I don't know nothing about Russian. And I have no interest in learning anything Russian unless I found out there's some lost Hebrew books, whatever the case, some lost Israelite works in the Russian, then I might go learn the language. You know what I'm saying? So I can go find out what's happening. But other than that, I'm not interested in that. But if I'm a Hebrew Israelite, why would I not know Hebrew? So a lot of the arguments that are being made, they're not being made from a critical, logistic, you know, from a logical standpoint. They're being argued from purely emotion. And if you're going to argue your platform from emotion and lack of knowledge, then you might as well just go back into religion. Because in religion, you can do that. You can believe whatever you want. I can sit here in religion. I can set this on top of my desk and say, you know what? This is my God. Why? Because when it has water in it, I drink from it and it sustains me. Isn't God the all-sustaining? So this cup of water is my God. I could do that. In religion, that is allowable. But if we are the children of Israel, and whether you say Yahweh or Ahiah, if you believe in the Most High's power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then you know very well that we don't deal with that kind of foolishness. We come intelligently. We come with knowledge. We come with study. We can't come religiously. If we're going to come religiously, then just go ahead and go back into religion. You guys can go back into Christianity. I can go back into Islam, and we can just call it a day. So we got to come up off of that. You know, we have to come up off of that, those type of arguments. You know, it's one thing to say that you believe that Ahiah is the name. That's fine. And no Torah-based Israelite will ever argue against the name Ahiah, unless he just simply doesn't know a damn thing. Anybody who knows Hebrew knows you'll never get an Israelite who knows Hebrew to argue against the name Ahiah, because it's right there in the text. But those who know Hebrew know that they know why Yahweh is also in the very next verse. If you know Hebrew, then you understand why it's there. If you don't know the language, then of course you're not going to understand it. And if that's being the case, what else can you say? It's it's a fruitless argument. But as Israelites, we have to climb up out of that. We have to, stop with the name calling. We got to stop with the, just the rampant hating on each other and whatever. And we need to get back to basics. If you don't agree with a higher, okay, fine. Say Most High. If you don't agree with Yahweh, okay, fine. Say Most High. Well, then again, no, you can't say Most High because that would be El Elyon, and that's actually a Canaanite deity as well. You see how ridiculous it can get now? We can't say Most High because Most High is El Elyon in Hebrew, and that is one of the chief gods. That's El. That is the highest God. So El is actually above Asherah in Baal. That's why he's called El Elyon, the Most High, because these other gods are also high as well. But he is the most high among the Canaanites. So I guess we can't say Most High either now, can we? So you see how ridiculous, right? You see how ridiculous the arguments can be at times. You're like, okay, come on, let's stop. We got to get out of that, and the only way we can get out of that is we increase the level of our education in not only Hebrew language, but in Hebrew culture, in Hebrew hermeneutics. All of these things has to be mastered. Otherwise, we're not Hebrew Israelites. We're Anglo-Israelites. Because English is our holy language, is it not? I mean, if I say that the only Bible I go out of is the King James Version, what am I saying? I'm saying that my holy script is the English Bible. So I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I am an Anglo-Israelite. Now let's see if we'll walk around and call ourselves that on Facebook.
Nah, I doubt that one.
Yeah, but this is just keeping it real. I mean, because if we're going to, if we're gonna do it, then let's go all the way with it. If we're really against, if we say, well, our enemies, they did this to our records. Okay, no doubt. We know how our enemies get down, but we have to be all inclusive in our critique of our enemies. So you can't, on one hand, reject the Masoretic Text, but then accept the Strong's Concordance that's keyed to the Masoretic Text. You got to make up your mind. What are you rejecting? Are you rejecting Jewish traditions or are you rejecting the scriptures? Because if you reject the Masoretic Text, guess what? You reject the King James Version because that is the Hebrew text that the King James translators leaned upon. And
I don't think a lot of people really know.
Oh, say that again, Aki?
I don't think a lot of people know that either.
Because again, to know that would require, it would require that you do something. It's not really done anymore. It's kind of old school, and it's called study. So people who don't know that fact, let me just so that those who are watching the video and they'll see it later on, let me just I don't know if y'all can see it clearly.
I can see where it says in the beginning, but I can't see the text in the white next to the picture of the.
Yeah, it says King James. Okay.
Yeah, it's getting clear now.
Yeah, it says the story of how the King James Bible and how it changed nation
of language.
Yeah.
And the culture.
Yep. In the beginning by
Alistair McGrath.
Excellent book. I mean, he's not slandering King James, because I know some brothers, if they see any type of slander against King James, they're like, oh, no, I'm not reading it, whatever. So it's not a slander. It's strictly the history of it. And it shows you the instructions that King James gave to his translators. He gave them a very clear instructions on how to translate it. I think it was like an 11-point criteria that he gave to them, and one of them was that, well, using the Hebrew Bible, that was on the bottom, like, on like the last resort. When he said that when you translate it, you were to translate it out of the existing Catholic Bible. So he said to go out of the Geneva Bible, the Great Bible, the Bishop's Bible, the Tyndale Bible, the Coverdale Bible. Those were the ones that he wanted the King James to stay as close as possible to those translations. Now, if those translations didn't agree with the doctrine that they were trying to move in the direction of, he said, okay, go to the Latin Vulgate. If the Latin Vulgate does not agree with a certain rendering or certain terms that they're concerning, then it's like, okay, go to the Hebrew scriptures, go to the Hebrew for the Old Testament, and then go to the Greek manuscripts for the New Testament. But those were last resorts. So his first resort was basically stick with the other English and German Bibles. This is the reason why in the beginning of your King James 1611, what does it say? Translated out of the original tongues with the what? The former translations diligently compared and revised. So when you're revising a translation, then what you have is really not a translation. It's really more of it's a remix. And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that disparagingly against the King James Version, but I'm just saying that King James had a certain way that he wanted the translation to be pushed out, and it had to follow those particular rules that he set down to have it. This is the reason why when you go into the Old Testament, you know that they got the Old Testament out of the most of it. They got it out of the Hebrew Bible as opposed to the Septuagint, because all you got to do is go to the book of Job, chapter 2, verse 9, and you'll see what I mean. Job 2, verse 9 in the English comes directly out of the Masoretic Text. All you have to do is look at it in the Hebrew. It'll say where his wife says, "Curse God and die." But when you go to a Strong's Concordance and you look up the word curse, the word that they send you to is the word barak, blessed. So why would the word curse be translated from barak? I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but let me pull it up right now on the screen so that those who are listening and watching can actually see for themselves. I'm sure you brothers already know this stuff, but just for the sake of those who are watching, so let me share my screen. Okay, the brother is showing something on his screen. Let me look in there and see. There you go.
Yeah, just click on his window and you will see his screen too if you want to see on. But
so he's got it there, and it says, "Then said his wife unto him, Dost thou still retain thine integrity? Curse God and die." Now, mind you, in the Septuagint, that verse is like 3 or 4 verses long. Like, it's a whole lot extra stuff in the Septuagint for that verse. It explains why his wife was saying that. So that shows you right there that the King James was not going out of the Septuagint for the Old Testament. They were going out of the Masoretic Text. But now, and I definitely appreciate the screenshot, Aki. That was a good look. No doubt. So, but now when you look at Job 2:9 and you see where it says curse God and die, so we go right here to the Blue Letter Bible and look at the word that they have for curse.
barak.
Now, does not barak mean bless in Hebrew? So why would it say curse? And this is why it says it. Now, now the Strong's Concordance they have no clue as to why it said that. So what they did was say, oh, yeah, Barak, it means blessed, but it can also mean cursed too, because they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to make of the translation. This is how we know that the Masoretic text was used for the King James version, is because the reason why the text, although the Hebrew text, as you can see it up here, why it says, well, the whole text says, it says, Wata Ormer lo ishto, Odeka makazik, betu mateka, baru, it says, Barek Elohim wamuth. Bless God and die. Now, why would she clearly couldn't have said bless God and die. That doesn't make any sense. But why does it say that? Because the Masoretes, and now we're going to get into what the Masoretes really do. The Masoretes, when he looked at the text that they were going off of, the text literally said, curse Elohim and die. But they're like, whoa. I'm not writing that. I'm not going to blaspheme the Most High by even making that statement. I'm not writing that down. And so you have Masoretic scholars that refuse to actually write the text as it says from the original manuscripts, because they were like, yo, listen, that's blasphemy. Yo, she's committing blasphemy even saying that, and we don't want to repeat it. So what they did was, in the Masoretic text, they put the word Baruch or Barak there, and then in the footnote, not the footnote, but in the margin of the Masoretic text, they explain why they put it there. So in the margin, it actually says curse. So they're explaining that, yes, although we put Barak there, it actually says curse, but we did not want to blaspheme the name of Elohim. So that's a marginal statement. That was placed in the margin of the older Masoretic scripts. And so when the more modern Masoretes came along and they looked at this, they're like, oh, yeah, I can see why they did that. So, yeah, I'm definitely not going to write that either. But we're going to maintain it in the margin so that anyone reading the script, they'll know that, yes, it says that, but this is what it really says. We're just not going to blaspheme. That's how we know that the King James was based off of the Masoretic text, because whoever the translators were who translated the book of Job, they had to have had the manuscript of the Masoretes in front of them for them to see, oh, okay, yeah, it says Barak, but it actually, on the footnotes, it says curse. So yeah, we're going to put curse there in the translation. Do y'all follow that?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
So that is the reason why, one of the reasons why we know that the Masoretic text is used in the King James Version, because the only way that you could get curse God and die from Barak, Elohim, Wamuth, is if you had the Masoretic text with the marginal note to explain that, no, it actually is supposed to say curse.
No.
Otherwise, you can't explain why they would make the word Barak to mean curse when it clearly means bless. So that's one of the dark secrets of the Masoretes, was that they were so, they were so afraid of blaspheming the name of the Elohim that they're like, yo, listen, I know that she said it. That's her statement. I'm not writing that. I'm just not going to write that down. That's just crazy. That's blasphemous. I'm not writing that. And none of these scribes wanted to write it. Because, I mean, let's keep it real. I mean, to actually say, I mean, can you imagine if your wife told you that? I think if my wife ever said that, I think I'd break her face. You're telling me, oh, because I'm going through this, that, and third, and because I'm holding my integrity during hard times, curse the Most High and die? So you see what Job said. Right after that, he said, yo, but he said unto her, you speak as one of the foolish women speaketh. Meaning that there must have been a cadre of foolish women around, because he was like, yo, you clearly talk like them.
Now, I got a question. How would you know that if you never read a Masoretic scroll?
You wouldn't. That's the truth of the matter. You would have no idea. You would just simply believe what the Christians believe, and that is that, well, I guess Barak means blessed, but it can also mean cursed too at the same. Like, oh no, you can't have a word that means have opposite meanings.
That's right.
You can't have that, because if that's the case, then that just completely destroys everything else in the scriptures, because that means it's like a Run DMC syndrome. Not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. So it says, woe unto those who make good evil and evil good.
Good, yeah.
So this is what we're seeing here. You know what I'm saying? That, and the only way that you would know this is if you actually read the Masoretic text. And that's why it's, if you're able to get, they actually have these older copies of the Masoretic text in book form called the Biblica Leningradensia, basically the Leningrad Codex, where you can actually see.
I got hey, you know what? I have a copy of that. Hold on.
So yeah, so then you should be able to see the marginal note.
Hold on a second. I might be able to grab that. Hold on.
So yeah, so again, this is why I tell people that, you know, we got to be very careful about the things that we say, because by assassinating the Masoretic text, you're ultimately saying that your King James Old Testament is garbage, because it was the Masoretic text that those translators used mainly for the Old Testament.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's the proof right there, because the only way that they could have translated it as curse is if they had a copy of the Masoretic text with the marginal note to let them know, okay, it says bless, but it meant but it's supposed to be this word, but don't, and that's what, and they followed the Masoretic text tradition, like, oh, okay, we understand why they would do that. Okay, yeah, we see it's Barak, but yeah, we're going to continue the tradition of man, and put down curse in the translation. So we should be very careful about how we speak against the Masoretic text, because to go against the Masoretic text is to go against the KJV Old Testament. Because we know that they didn't use we know that they didn't use the Septuagint. The Masoretic text says that Israel was in the land of Egypt for 430 years. The Septuagint says that we were in Egypt for 200 and some odd years. That's what the Septuagint says. So the question is, were we in Egypt for 430 years, or are we there for 200 years?
That's a good question.
If we say 430, then you're agreeing with the Masoretic text, because the Septuagint doesn't agree. So, how bad do we really want to argue against the Masoretic text? But, you know, that's another argument in itself.
Yeah, I think that would be something important for a lot of brethren to do, is to look at these scrolls and really, because I think they reject them right off the bat of that, I guess, of that claim per se. I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. I think I have it up now, if you don't mind.
Right. Yeah, no, do your thing, brother. But the one thing that we got to remember is that we cannot reject that which we do not know. I mean, if I have no knowledge of something, then I can't really argue against it. And this is what we're basically seeing. We're basically seeing people arguing against something that they've never read in their life. I mean, how can you argue against the Masoretic text when you don't even know Hebrew at all? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know if y'all can see that.
Let me see. Let me click on your picture. See. There you go. Oh, is this a this is a PDF. Oh, okay. Wow, this is not a.
Yeah, I got the. This is the. I think this is the linen guard that you were talking about.
Yeah, that might. Yeah, it's definitely it's written in what they call it's written in what they call Rashi Hebrew. The script, as you can see with the with the Lamed, how the top of the Lamed is so long.
Yeah, I see that right there.
Yeah, they call it the Rashi script. Yeah, Rashi script. It ain't. It's not like reading like the traditional Hebrew text that we see today. You had to be that dude to be reading the Rashi script. This was off the chain.
So these are those little marginal notes right here, right?
Exactly. These are the marginal little notations to let it, to let other copyists, to let other scribes know, hey, listen, I know what I wrote there, but understand that's why it's written, and they put in a footnote so that the scribe knows, oh, okay, that explains it. All right, no problem. And they'll just continue writing the notation as well to keep the tradition alive, so that anybody who ever picks up the text and is confused about the text, the notation on the side will let them know, and it'll clarify it for them.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Didn't Nehemiah and Ezra do the same thing?
Well, Ezra and Nehemiah. I mean, historically speaking, they were the first Pharisees. So, but that's a whole nother issue. And I know there's some people that's probably watching this on YouTube, like right now, they just fell out their chair. Like what? But
yeah.
But yeah, no. But this was this is what Israelite scribes from times times going back hundreds, millenniums at this point. This is what they did. And so even like what a scribe would do was, let's say a scribe is writing and he makes an error on one of the lines. Like he may mess up the word. And let's say he's like two-thirds into the scroll. He may not want to scrap the scroll because he's like, oh man, I didn't put all this work in, and I don't, he doesn't want to throw it away for one error. So what he'll do is say, okay, well, all right, that word, I kind of messed that word up. So he'll go to the margin and he'll add an addendum to say, okay, that word over here, like on the page that you got up right now, Aki, you know what I'm saying, where it says the first part, it says Yashub, you know what I'm saying, Az Yashub Be Eretz, so you know what I'm saying, dwelling in the land, said, or in the land, you know what I'm saying, Yashub, dwell in the land, and saying, let's say the scribe screws up the word Yashub. And he's like, man, he's cursing himself because he's so far into the script that he can't just scrap it. So he was like, okay, all right. You know what? No. He'll go right over to the right side and he'll put the notation saying, yeah, the word is supposed to say Yashub. I screwed up. So just letting y'all know this is what it's supposed to say. They didn't just let errors just slip by like, I made the error here, whatever. No, they were very meticulous. That's why the scribes were so important in Israelite history, because they were the class of Israelites that knew the entire scripture by heart. And they could copy the entire Tanakh just off of memory.
Wow.
So when we start talking about, oh yeah, the scribes. Yeah, no, what you need to do is you need to show some damn respect. Because let me see some Israelites on Facebook who can quote verbatim the entire Tanakh by heart. As the great Cat Williams would say, go ahead, I'll wait. So it's very easy to speak against the Pharisees and the scribes. But when you think about the fact that if the scribes were really as corrupt as people say they were, then imagine what the KJV Old Testament would actually be in reality, since it was the writings of these scribes that was preserved in the Masoretic Text. So if the Masoretic Text is corrupted, then so is the KJV Old Testament, and therefore you have to throw it out. So once again, we have to be very careful how far we want to play that Masoretic Text card, because if we play it to the fullest, then it actually proves that the KJV Old Testament is corrupt also.
And you ain't got nothing to stand on.
Exactly. So, so we have, like I said, we just got to be careful. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of brothers who, and I don't knock many of these brothers, because many of them, these brothers and sisters, they have good intentions. They're trying to understand what is truth. Nobody wants to be just standing on lies. So I don't think anybody is just walking around like, yo, you know what? I know it's a lie, but I don't care. I don't think Israelites are actually doing that. I think that they earnestly believe what they're reading. They believe what they've received from their elders, or they received from their mores, or what they received from their chief men, or whatever. They earnestly believe it. And that's fine. But we still have to be responsible also for our own intellect, for our own studies, to understand what it is that we're dealing with. Because we don't want to find ourselves being Hebrew religionists. So we have to be careful.
Well, I mean, I'm done with my point on that. So I don't have any more questions on those particular topics. I don't know if anybody else had anything they wanted to add in or.
Wow. Why does it say 1:26 a.m.?
Because it is.
Yeah, see, that's high levels of witchcraft right there, bro.
No, I mean, that's what happens though when you actually go into the Torah and start, and that's what I think what's missing today with a lot of our brothers and sisters, that we don't really want to go into the Torah, because it's gonna force you to have to really start building on a type of level like this. And I don't say it like we're on like an upper echelon or nothing, but
right.
Studying in the Torah is going to take you all over the Torah. It's going to take you all over the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to have you asking some serious questions about these, about your culture, about your people, that you normally wouldn't get. So.
Indeed. Absolutely.
So but yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if anybody else had anything else they wanted to chime in on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of stuff that we have to, as a nation, man, that we have to get back to, and one of the things that we have to get back, and I'll leave my part of the discussion off on this note, is that we got to get back to the love of our people, the love of each other, because this is something that my elders taught me. Chief Prince of Poor, he was very big on this doctrine. And he used to say back in the 90s that, listen, when you go out there, you're going to see Israelites who don't believe in the script, who don't believe in the Old Testament, that they believe in the New Testament, and that the New Testament trumps the Old Testament. You're going to run into brothers like that. And he would say, you know what? Still give them shalom, because they are your brothers. They may not believe exactly how you believe, but they are your brothers. Do they believe that you should keep the law? If you believe in keeping the law and reverencing the Most High, then we can always break bread. Always, regardless if you don't agree with this, that's all fine. So we have to get back to a point where we can, as Dr. Martin Luther King would say, we have to get back to a point where we can disagree without being disagreeable. where we can say, well, I can, yeah, that's an interesting. I don't know if I really, okay, cool, whatever, and we build on it further. And if we don't agree, okay, well, we don't agree, whatever. Let's go out and get this. Let's go out and get this food. Let's go get something to eat real quick, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that, and that it doesn't become just this constant disrespect of each other, and to the point where I'm calling you a devil, you're calling me an antichrist, because meanwhile, those of our people who are thirsting to know who they are, they're not getting that attention because we're busy destroying each other. We gotta get back to that point of loving our people, because the only way that we're going to be able to elevate in our education is that we have to go back to the rudimentary doctrine that our ancestors gave us. What did Yeshua, what did he say was the greatest commandments?
Yeah, loving your brother and loving the Most High.
And then what did the great Pharisee Hillel say was the great commandment?
Same thing.
The same thing. He said, he said this, a long time before Yeshua said it, but it's the same teaching. He said, these are the great laws of the scriptures. He said everything else in the scripture is commentary. So until we go back to those rudimentary concepts of loving our people, loving each other, that's the only way we'll be able to serve the Most High. Because the Most High doesn't need anything that we have to offer him. He doesn't need anything. So when he says to serve me, that's why you can't find any scripture where it says serve him without somehow serving your people. And until we get that lesson, everything that we do, everything that we teach, everything that we profess with our mouths will be all in vain, because the Most High is not checking for us. So, and I'll leave my point off on that note.
All right. Brother Bars, you got anything else, man? All right. I think Brother Bars checked out on us.
Yeah, he's in the Jerusalem above right now. It's free.
Yeah, he might checked out.
Yo, I just want to say Tawada Ak, man, for taking the time to put this lesson together, and Salakia for coming in on the call late. I'll definitely try to be there bright and early next time you do this, man, because I know there's a lot indeed that I definitely have to learn as well.
And it's no problem. Listen, brother. All of us are learning. All praise to the Most High. All of us are learning. All of us are growing, and it's a blessing. And the beautiful thing about it is that anything that now that I kind of understand this witchcraft called Google Hangouts a little bit better,
right?
Everything that we were building on is already being recorded on YouTube. So when we end this call, the video will still be there anyway. For sure. So,
all right, Tawada. Yeah, I was going to ask you that as well, if I'd be able to watch it back. I'm definitely going to go check it out from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's pretty much all we're trying to do. Me, obviously, Brother Barazal, Brother Matthew, and a few others, is, we're just trying. It's more about brotherhood and, brother building, as opposed to, I'm Chief Zebulon and I'm teaching, bro. Nah, that's cool if you're in a congregation and, there's an order in a congregation. That's fine. But my thing is, people got to feel like they got to feel brotherhood first before they can even hear anything that's coming out of your mouth. If they don't feel that brotherhood is genuine, nothing that you say will have any validity going forward. So of course I try to instill that with brothers who I build with, let them know that, listen, that's why on my Facebook page I don't address myself as Chief Zebulon. Because yes, that's my title, that's the my rank in in the nation or whatever have you. But I'm Brother Zeb. Let's break bread.
Come on.
So that, man, I definitely enjoy building with the brothers, and I just pray. I pray that everything that we do, everything that we say, that the Most High finds acceptable in His sight, and that He sees that we're trying to do all of these things for His glory and to firmly establish His people. And once again, that's all we can do. And I just, like I said, I just pray that all that we do is found acceptable in His sight. So with that, I just say that, may the Most High bless you, guard you, grant you, shine His countenance upon you, and give us peace.
Sure. Appreciate it, my brother.
No doubt, brother. Shalom.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom.
And I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, when you end it on your side, it'll be over.
Say that again.
I say when you end it on your side, it'll be over.
Okay, yeah, because after we all kind of get off this, I'm gonna end up editing it as well. Like this last part that we're recording now. Obviously, I'm gonna edit that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but but I think the brother Barzal is he's probably sprawled out all over the place.
Now I don't blame him because
Well, yeah,
I had the day off, so I was able to kind of rest up for this. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mean, trust me, I understand, and also I mean, we've been on. I mean, think about it. We've officially been on the call since 9 o'clock, give or take.
Yeah, I figured that. That's where it's going, though, man. But and we didn't even really go anywhere. It was just like Isaiah. It started with Isaiah, man. So that should let you know that we not even scratching the surface of understanding.
Yeah, and that's actually something else that I learned from my elders, that when they taught, that their attitude was, you don't need 100 scriptures to teach a lesson, because if you understand a scripture thoroughly, you can stay on 2 or 3 verses for 2 or 3 hours. All of that determines how thoroughly you know what you're reading or what you're dealing with. So that's what people will do. They realize that the depth of their knowledge based on a particular subject is limited. So what they'll do is they'll compensate with a bunch of precepts to kind of make up for the fact that, okay, I'm probably only going to spend 20 seconds on this chapter. So we were taught a little differently. We were taught like, no, that's why you just couldn't just teach out the blue. You had to prove, can you give a lesson on Genesis chapter 10, verse 1 through 15, and can you teach that in a 2-hour span? If you can't teach it within a 2-hour span, if you come up short, I remember there was times where if you came up short in your teaching, as far as the time that was allotted, you would be actually told by an elder that you need to sit down and you need to do some more research, because clearly you have not done enough reading. Because certain subjects you're supposed to be able to go, because it's so, like you said, there's so much stuff that you're only scratching the surface. So it's a lot, man, and that's what and it's these type of things that should keep us humble, because it makes you realize that when you think you know something, you're only scratching the surface. So you learn more, just to find out that you still don't know everything about it. So you learn more to know that you really don't know. So that's what keeps us humble going forward, because you realize no matter how much you learn, you never learn everything. And the Pharisees understood that, ethics of the fathers, they were very clear on that fact, that's why keep your head in the Torah. Because you think you know a thing and you really don't. That makes you humble. That humbles you. And it's humbled me. Because I remember, like I said, 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, the Zebulon that you see today was not the Zebulon from back then. Because you couldn't tell me that I didn't know everything. I was the dude. I'm Zebulon. That was my name. I was Zebulon the Teflon Don. Because I was untouchable. Nobody can see me. Nobody can come before me and debate. I shut everybody down. And then one day you realize, you start getting a little older, and you realize, okay, actually I don't know a damn thing. In the large scale of things, you're like, I really don't know. And it humbles you, and it puts you in a situation where you now have to do like the Pharisee said, and that is what he says, that he sat amongst the sages all of his life and has found nothing better for a man than what? He says silence. Study is not the most important thing, but practice is. After a while, you start realizing, let me just study. Let me just research. That's it. And you share with whatever you have, you share with people, you know whatever, but you never tell them, you never teach it in a way in which you close the door on their intellect and say, this is the meaning of that text. You say, yes, this is what this means, but that's not all it means. There's more. And that's all we got to do, man. It's a lot, man. Most High willing, we'll get it.
I think we will.
Israel will get it. I still have faith. So with that said, Aki, Shabbat Shalom, and the Most High bless you and guard you.